Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I've debated whether to share this for months now. It happened last fall after my girlfriend Kaylee and I moved into this remote cabin in rural Vermont. We thought it would be a fresh start for us, cheaper rent than the city, beautiful mountains all around, and some peace and quiet. I had no idea what we were walking into. The property had this weird vibe from day one. Our landlord, this old guy named Bill, mentioned casually during the walkthrough that the cabin was built in the 70s by some local character with the initials DC. He was kind of hesitant to tell us the whole story, but after I pressed him, he spilled. Apparently, this DC guy had severe schizophrenia and was known around town for being unpredictable. The really messed up part was that he used to own a rental property down the road that he literally burned to the ground when his tenants couldn't pay rent. Then, and this is the part that still gives me chills, he built this tiny shack right next to the ashes and just lived there. That shack is still on our property. It's about 50 yards from the main cabin, this decaying wooden structure that you can see clearly from our kitchen window. Bill said nobody's touched it since DC died in the 90s. I asked if we should tear it down, and he just shrugged and said, "Up to you, but the locals consider it historical." Historical, my ass. It's just creepy. Anyway, we moved in, and things were okay for the first couple weeks. Kaylee had found a job at the local grocery store, and I was doing remote IT work, plus helping Bill with some renovations on his other properties for a discount on rent. Our relationship had been rocky before the move. We'd been fighting a lot about money and the future, but we thought the change of scenery would help. Then came that day, October 17th. I still remember the date because it's burned into my brain now. I was working with Bill on a property about 30 minutes away when my phone buzzed. It was a text from Kaylee that made my blood run cold. "I can't do this anymore. I'm sorry. I love you." I immediately called her. No answer. Called again. Straight to voicemail. I texted back, "Kaylee, please call me. What's going on?" Nothing. I told Bill I had an emergency and drove back toward town like a madman, calling Kaylee's phone every few minutes. Each time, straight to voicemail. My mind was racing. Kaylee had been depressed before, but she'd never threatened suicide, at least not directly. But that message, I knew exactly what it meant. I checked our cabin first. Her car wasn't there. The place was empty. I tried calling her friends, but she hadn't really made any close ones since we moved. I drove to the grocery store where she worked, my hands shaking on the steering wheel. When I got there, I found her manager, this middle-aged woman named Dana. The look on her face when I asked about Kaylee told me something was seriously wrong. "She left about 2 hours ago," Dana said, lowering her voice. "She was not in a good state. She was crying, said some things that worried me." "What things?" I pressed. Dana looked uncomfortable. She said she couldn't handle it anymore, that something was after her. When I asked what she meant, she just said she was going to end it all. I tried to talk to her, but she just stormed out. My heart was hammering in my chest. I checked the local hospital, called the police to file a missing person report, though they weren't very helpful since it had only been a few hours, and drove around town checking every spot I could think of. The park, the library, the coffee shop she liked, nothing. After 4 hours of searching, I was exhausted and terrified. The sun was setting, and I had no choice but to go back to the cabin and wait. Maybe she'd return. Maybe she'd call. I felt helpless. When I got back, the cabin seemed different somehow. I can't explain it properly, but the air felt heavy, like there was a pressure pushing down on my shoulders. I chalked it up to my anxiety and collapsed on the couch, staring at my phone. I sent her one last message, pouring my heart out. Kaylee, please come home. Whatever is happening, we can face it together. The world isn't better without you in it. I'm here waiting, and I'll be here as long as it takes. I love you. Then I just sat there in the dim light, staring out the window at that damn shack, silhouetted against the darkening sky. I don't know how much time passed, maybe an hour, when I heard the sound of tires on gravel. I ran to the door and flung it open. Headlights blinded me as Kaylee's car pulled up. I rushed over as she stumbled out, her face streaked with tears, her whole body trembling. She collapsed into my arms, sobbing. "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry," she kept saying between gasps. I got her inside and onto the couch, wrapped a blanket around her, and made her some tea. Her hands were ice cold and she couldn't stop shaking. When she finally calmed down enough to talk, what she told me made my skin crawl. "Something's wrong with me, Martin," she whispered. "No, not with me. With this place, with that shack. I've been feeling it for days, but today it was worse, like something heavy and cold was sitting on my chest. I couldn't breathe, couldn't think straight. It was like falling down a dark hole, and something was at the bottom, trying to swallow me." I tried to rationalize it. Stress, depression, the isolation of living so far from town. But Kaylee shook her head fiercely. "It's not that. It's my board. Something's using it to get to me." "Your board?" I asked, confused. "My Ouija board, the one my grandmother gave me." I'd forgotten about that thing. Kaylee had this antique Ouija board that belonged to her grandmother. It was over 100 years old, made from a single piece of wood, with the letters and numbers burned into it rather than painted. It gave me the creeps, but Kaylee had always treasured it as a family heirloom. When we moved, she'd stored it in this closet under the cabin, a small cellar-like space accessible from outside. "I haven't even touched it since we moved here," she said, her voice cracking. "But I can feel it, you calling to me. Something from this cabin or this mountain is trying to use it to get to me." Now, I should explain something about myself. I grew up in a very Christian household. My father is a pastor, and I was raised believing that demons and evil spirits were real. I drifted away from the church as an adult, but those core beliefs never fully left me. Hearing Kaylee talk about the board, all those childhood warnings came rushing back. "Where is it now?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "In the closet under the cabin, where I left it." She gripped my arm. "Martin, I'm scared. When I was driving today, I almost drove off the bridge by Miller's Creek. It wasn't me. Something was pushing me to do it." I held her until she fell into an exhausted sleep on the couch. Then I did something I hadn't done in years. I called my parents. It was late, but my father answered on the third ring. I explained the situation as calmly as I could, leaving out some details I knew would worry them. My father's voice was grave. "Son, those boards are doorways. They open portals that shouldn't be opened, especially in a place with a dark history." My mother got on the phone too. "You need to get rid of it, Martin. Burn it if you have to. But first, you need to close whatever door has been opened." They guided me through a prayer and told me what to do. I'm not particularly religious anymore, but at that moment I was willing to try anything. After hanging up, I grabbed a flashlight and headed outside. The night had turned cold, and my breath fogged in front of me. The outside access to the undercabin storage was around back, a small door set into the foundation. As I approached it, the air seemed to get colder. My flashlight beam wavered. I pulled open the door and shined the light inside. It was a cramped space full of cobwebs and dust. In the far corner was a box of Kaylee's things, including the board wrapped in an old cloth. As soon as I touched the box, I felt it, a weird vibration, like touching an electrical wire, but cold instead of hot. I steeled myself and grabbed the wrapped board. It felt heavier than it should have, and I swear it was pulsing slightly in my hands. Getting out of that storage space, I had the strangest sensation of being watched. I spun around, shining my flashlight across the property. For a split second, I thought I saw movement by the old shack, a shadow shifting against shadow. But when I focused my light there, nothing was visible except the weathered wood and broken windows. Walking back to the cabin was difficult. I can't explain it properly, but it was like walking through molasses. My balance kept shifting as if something was pushing against me, trying to make me trip. About halfway to the door, I actually stumbled and nearly dropped the board. When I looked down to regain my footing, I saw that my shadow on the ground didn't match my posture. It looked like there was another shadow overlapping mine, taller and misshapen. I practically ran the rest of the way, burst through the door and locked it behind me. Kaylee was still asleep on the couch. I placed the board on the kitchen table and unwrapped it. In the bright light of the kitchen, it looked ordinary, just old wood with burned letters, but touching it made my fingertips numb. Following my parents' instructions, I got some salt from the kitchen, a candle we had for power outages, and a Bible I'd brought with me when we moved, but had never unpacked. I felt ridiculous, but also terrified. I made a circle of salt around the board, lit the candle, and placed my hands on the Bible. I recited the prayers my father had told me to say, prayers of binding, of casting out evil, of closing doorways. As I spoke, the candle flame flickered violently, though there was no draught in the room. When I finished the final prayer, something happened that I still can't explain rationally. The candle went out with a sharp hiss, and at the exact same moment, all the tension in the room disappeared. It was like a rubber band that had been stretched to its limit, suddenly snapped. The air felt lighter, cleaner somehow. Kaylee gasped and sat up on the couch, her eyes wide. "It's gone," she whispered. "I can feel the light again." I wrapped the board back up, put it in a box, and the next day drove it to a church 2 towns over, explaining to the priest what had happened. He took it without question and promised to take care of it properly. We never spoke about that night to anyone else. What would we say? That an evil spirit tried to make my girlfriend kill herself through an antique Ouija board? That the troubled history of our property somehow manifested into something tangible? But here's the part that still keeps me up at night. The night before all this happened, I had this vivid dream. In it, I was searching for Kaylee in a terrible storm. I found her standing on a bridge, the same bridge she nearly drove off, surrounded by people in old-fashioned clothes, women in long dresses, men in suspenders and caps. One was a young boy, maybe 12, dressed like an old-time newspaper seller. He was looking right at me, blood streaming from beneath his cap down his face. He pointed at me and said, "She's next, then you." When I saw that shack from our kitchen window the next morning, I suddenly remembered a detail Bill had mentioned casually, that before DC burned down his rental property, there had been a fatal accident there. A paper boy delivering to the house had fallen down the stairs and cracked his skull open. We moved out the next day, left most of our stuff behind. Kaylee and I are in Massachusetts now, in a modern apartment building with neighbors on all sides. Sometimes I still wake up in the middle of the night, feeling that heaviness in the air, wondering if whatever was in that cabin followed us. But then Kaylee rolls over in her sleep, peaceful, and I tell myself it's over. But I still can't explain what happened in that Vermont cabin. And sometimes, when I'm alone, I swear I can hear paper rustling, like someone flipping through a newspaper, though there's never anyone there. Story 2. I've never really talked about this stuff online before, but I need to get it off my chest. I've always had these weird experiences that most people wouldn't believe, but I swear every word of this is true. I've been seeing things since I was little, but what happened in my last house was something else entirely. I still get nightmares about it. I grew up in Perth, Australia. As a kid, I spent heaps of time at my grandparents' place. According to my mum, I was about 3 when I started having conversations with my great-grandfather, Jack. The thing is, he died years before I was born. My grandma would find me sitting in his old armchair, talking and laughing at nothing. When she asked who I was talking to, I'd just say, Poppy Jack, like it was the most normal thing in the world. At first they thought it was just typical kid stuff, you know, imaginary friends and all that. But then I started saying things I couldn't possibly have known. I told my grandma about the time Jack had fallen off the shed roof while fixing it and broken his arm in 2 places. I described the old Holden he used to drive, even the exact shade of blue. I mentioned the fights he'd had with his brother over their dad's watch after he died. None of this stuff had ever been mentioned around me. Some of it my mum didn't even know about. My family just kind of accepted it as one of those weird things kids do, and it faded as I got older. I stopped seeing Poppy Jack around the time I started school, but that wasn't the end of my experiences. When I was 10, I saw something that still makes my skin crawl when I think about it. I was at home, walking down the hallway to my bedroom, when I noticed something off. There was this sort of dark shape standing behind the archway that led to our dining room. At first I thought it was my dad, but then I realized it was too still, too silent. It was like a silhouette, but 3-dimensional. Just this black outline of a person with a large beard. I remember being frozen in place, not sure what to do. I asked, Dad? But there was no answer. Just this slow, deep breathing that somehow felt wrong. The air around it seemed heavier, colder. I don't know how to explain the feeling that came over me, except to say that my whole body rejected whatever this thing was. My stomach twisted into knots, and I started feeling physically sick. The dread was overwhelming. It wasn't just being scared. It was like every cell in my body was screaming that this thing shouldn't exist, that it was wrong on some fundamental level. I backed away slowly and ran to find my mum. By the time we came back, there was nothing there. My mum thought I was just having night terrors or something, but I know what I saw. That feeling of overwhelming dread, that's not something a kid can make up. Things were quiet for a few years after that. I'd occasionally feel like I was being watched, but I didn't see anything concrete until I was about 16. I was in my bedroom doing homework late one night. It was around 11 p.m. and everyone else had gone to bed. I remember it so clearly because I had a math test the next day and was stressing about it. I started getting this pain in my head, like pressure building behind my eyes. Then I got that feeling again, that sick, heavy feeling of being watched. I looked around but couldn't see anything unusual. The only light was from my desk lamp, so the corners of the room were pretty dark. That's when I noticed my dream catcher. My aunt had given it to me years earlier. It was hanging on the wall across from my bed. It started moving, just slightly at first, like there was a draft. But the window was closed, and my door was shut. The movement got stronger, until it was swinging like it was caught in a strong wind. I sat there frozen, watching as it swung more and more violently. Then, with a sudden jerk, it ripped right off the wall and flew across the room, slamming into the opposite wall before falling to the floor. I bolted out of there so fast I knocked my chair over. I spent the rest of the night on the couch with all the lights on. My parents found the dream catcher the next morning and just assumed it had fallen down. No one believed me when I tried to explain what happened. After high school, I moved out and started working full-time. Things were normal for a while, and I started to think maybe all that weird stuff was behind me. Then, about 2 years ago, everything changed. I'd just turned 22 and had saved enough for a deposit on a small house in one of those new developments on the outskirts of Perth. It was nothing fancy. 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, and a double garage. The place was brand new, no previous owners. I thought that meant there couldn't be any history there, you know? No reason for it to be haunted or whatever. At first, everything was fine. I was just happy to have my own place, but after about a month I started noticing little things. Items moved from where I'd left them. My keys wouldn't be on the hook where I always put them, but would turn up in the kitchen drawer. A coffee mug I swore I'd left in the sink would be back in the cupboard. I wrote it off as just being forgetful or tired after work. But then things escalated. One afternoon, I was in the ensuite bathroom off my bedroom, brushing my teeth before heading out to meet some mates. The bathroom was small, just a shower, toilet and sink with a mirror above it. I remember the exact moment everything changed. 1 second, I was leaning toward the mirror, checking if I'd missed a spot shaving, and the next, this intense cold swept through the room. It wasn't just cold, like when the air conditioning kicks in. This was bone deep, the kind of cold that makes your muscles lock up. Along with the cold came this feeling, hatred, pure, undiluted hatred directed straight at me, and rage. So much rage it felt like it was physically pressing against my skin. I've never felt anything like it before or since. It was like standing next to someone who absolutely despises you and wants you dead, but 1,000 times more intense. I looked up into the mirror, and that's when I saw it. Standing behind me was a figure made of what I can only describe as absolute darkness. It wasn't just black clothing or a shadow. It was darker than the darkest night, like a hole cut into reality. And around it were these tiny black orbs, floating and swirling like flies. The thing about this entity, compared to the others I'd seen before, was that it didn't disappear the moment I spotted it. Previous encounters, the figures would vanish instantly when I noticed them, like they were startled. This one just slowly dissipated, like ink spreading through water in reverse until it was gone. But the cold and that feeling of hatred lingered for minutes afterward. I called in sick to work the next day. I couldn't stop thinking about what I'd seen. I told myself maybe it was a one-off, that it wouldn't happen again. But deep down, I knew better. Over the next 2 years, I continued to see that entity. Strangely, it only ever appeared in 2 spots in the house, the ensuite bathroom and the kitchen, never anywhere else. Sometimes weeks would pass without an incident, and I'd start to relax, thinking maybe it was gone for good. Then I'd be making dinner and feel that same cold, that same hatred, and I'd turn to see it watching me from the corner. I'm not religious in the traditional sense, but I consider myself pagan. I tried every cleansing ritual I could find. Burning sage, salt barriers, protective symbols, you name it. I tried it. Nothing worked. The entity would disappear temporarily, but always return. About 4 months before the incident, I was getting desperate. A friend suggested I try communicating with it, try to understand what it wanted. Against my better judgment, I decided to use a spirit board. I know, everyone says not to mess with those things, but I was at my wit's end. I waited until 3 a.m., supposedly when the veil between worlds is thinnest. I set up in my living room, away from the kitchen and ensuite where the entity usually appeared. I surrounded myself with protective crystals, drew a circle with salt, and lit white candles around the perimeter. I had my spirit board in front of me, hands lightly resting on the planchette. "Is there any spirit present who wishes to communicate?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. For several minutes, nothing happened. Then the planchette started to move. Slowly at first, then with more purpose. It spelled out WECU. As soon as it finished, I felt that familiar cold seeping into the room. But this time, it was different, stronger, more intense, like being submerged in ice water. The hatred was there too, but mixed with something new. Amusement. Like whatever this thing was, it was enjoying my fear. I looked up from the board, and what I saw made my blood freeze. It wasn't just one entity. There were 6 of them, arranged in a semicircle around my protective barrier. 6 figures of absolute darkness, each with those tiny black orbs floating around them like corrupted halos. I opened my mouth to speak, to say what I don't even know, but before I could get a word out, every candle in the circle blew out simultaneously. The air in the room seemed to compress, then explode outward. The salt circle scattered, crystals flew across the room, and the board flipped over. In the darkness, I felt something grab my ankles, something ice-cold and incredibly strong. It yanked hard, and I fell backward, hitting my head on the floor. Whatever had me started dragging me across the living room. I tried to grab onto something, anything, but my fingers just scraped uselessly against the carpet. I was dragged through the lounge toward the garage door. My head smacked against the door frame as I was pulled through. The garage was concrete, and my back scraped painfully against it as I was dragged. I was screaming, but it sounded muffled, like I was underwater. The last thing I remember is my head hitting something hard. I think it was the base of my workbench, and then everything went black. When I came to, I have no idea how much time had passed. It was still dark outside. My whole body ached, especially my head, which was throbbing where I'd hit it. My ankles felt bruised, like they'd been gripped in a vice. I had carpet burns on my palms and back, and my t-shirt was torn. I didn't stop to think. I just ran. I grabbed my keys from where they'd fallen on the garage floor, jumped in my car and took off. I drove to my parents' house on autopilot, hands shaking so badly I could barely steer. As I pulled out of the driveway, I looked back at the house. In the upstairs bedroom window, my bedroom, I saw them, all 6 entities, watching me leave. Even from the distance, I could feel their malevolence, their hatred. I never went back to that house. I sent a friend to collect my essential belongings the next day. He thought I was crazy when I warned him not to go into the kitchen or en suite, but he humored me. I broke my lease, lost my security deposit, and took a financial hit, selling the place quickly, but I didn't care. No amount of money was worth staying there another night. I moved into a small apartment closer to the city. It's been 2 years now, and I haven't experienced anything like that since. Sometimes I catch a whiff of cigarette smoke, the same brand my great-grandfather used to smoke, according to my grandma. And instead of feeling scared, I feel protected, like maybe Poppy Jack is watching over me, keeping the darker things at bay. I still don't know what those entities were, or what they wanted from me. Why they chose my house, why they only appeared in certain areas, why they decided to attack that night. I've done research, spoken to mediums, even consulted with a paranormal investigator, but I've never found satisfying answers. All I know is that there are things in this world that most people will never see or experience. Things that exist in the spaces between what we consider reality, and some of them are watching us. I still can't sleep with the lights off. I still wake up in a cold sweat, feeling phantom hands around my ankles. I still check the corners of rooms before entering, but mostly I try not to think about it. Try to convince myself it was all some elaborate hallucination, because the alternative, that those things are real, that they're still out there, that's too terrifying to contemplate. Story 3. I've never really talked about this outside my family before. Honestly, I've tried to forget most of it, but some experiences just stick with you, no matter how many years pass. I was only 15 when it happened, back in 1979, but I remember it like it was yesterday. Our whole extended family had gathered at my grandmother Elaine's farmhouse in Millfield, Iowa. It was one of those rural places where everybody knows everybody, and the nearest neighbor was about half a mile down the road. We'd all come together because my great-grandmother Margaret had passed away 3 months prior, and we needed to figure out what to do with her property. Great-grandma Margaret was different. She'd lived in this huge old Victorian house that had been in our family since the late 1800s. 6 bedrooms, ornate woodwork, the whole deal. But the weird thing was, in the last 6 months of her life, she'd become completely obsessed with building a new house on the same property, maybe 100 yards from the old one. She'd drained a good chunk of her savings to rush build this modest 3-bedroom ranch house, and then moved into it, leaving the old Victorian completely empty. When anyone asked why she was so desperate to move out of the family home, she'd just say, "That house doesn't want me anymore. We all figured it was just the beginning of dementia or something. She was 93 after all. So there we were, crammed into my grandma's living room on this sticky July afternoon. All the windows were open, but there wasn't even a hint of a breeze. The adults were getting nowhere with the discussion. My Uncle Frank wanted to sell both properties. My Aunt Judith thought we should keep the Victorian and restore it. My mum thought we should keep the new house as a family vacation spot. Round and round they went. My cousin Beth, who was 17 then, whispered to me and my other female cousins, "Why don't we just ask Margaret what she wants?" We all kind of looked at her funny until she pulled this Ouija board out of her backpack. Beth was always into that kind of stuff. Crystals, horoscopes, you name it. My Aunt Carol overheard and rolled her eyes. But then my mom, surprising everyone, said, "You know what? Why not? The adults certainly aren't getting anywhere." That's how 6 of us women, me, Beth, my mom, Aunt Carol, Aunt Judith, and Grandma Elaine, ended up walking down the dirt path to Great-Grandma Margaret's old Victorian, just as the sun was starting to set. We brought flashlights and candles since the electricity had been turned off months ago. The house had that musty, abandoned smell when we entered. Dust covered everything, and there were cobwebs in the corners. Most of the furniture was still there, covered in old sheets. It was like the house was frozen in time. We set up in the formal dining room. The massive oak table was still there, and we arranged 6 chairs around it. Beth placed the Ouija board in the center, and we put candles all around. I remember feeling genuinely creeped out as the shadows danced on the faded floral wallpaper. Grandma Elaine, who'd been pretty quiet, suddenly said, "Margaret hated this dining room, said she always felt like someone was watching her in here." Great. Just what my already racing teenage heart needed to hear. Beth insisted that we all needed to touch the planchette, that little heart-shaped pointer thing. My Aunt Carol was openly skeptical, making comments under her breath about teenage nonsense and how this was a waste of time. My mom kept shushing her, saying we should at least try to be respectful. For about 20 minutes, nothing happened. The planchette moved a little, but it was obvious that Beth was pushing it, and Aunt Carol called her out on it. They started arguing, and the whole thing felt like it was falling apart. That's when I noticed something strange. On the chandelier above the table hung a single piece of silver tinsel, probably left over from someone's birthday celebration from months before. While Beth and Aunt Carol were bickering, the tinsel started to move. Not like it was blown by a breeze. There wasn't any breeze. The windows were all closed, and the candle flames were perfectly still. It was swinging like a pendulum, back and forth, with increasing momentum. "Guys," I said, but nobody heard me over the argument. "Guys," I said louder, pointing up. Everyone fell silent as they followed my finger. The tinsel was now swinging in a perfect arc, back and forth like a metronome. "It's just air currents," Aunt Carol said, but her voice had lost its certainty. My Grandma Elaine, who'd been quiet most of the evening, suddenly spoke up. "Margaret, is that you?" The tinsel stopped abruptly. Then it started swinging again, but faster. I still get goosebumps remembering the chill that went through the room. "Ask her something only Margaret would know," my mum whispered. Grandma nodded. "Margaret, do you remember what you gave me for my 10th birthday, the thing I lost and you were so angry about?" The tinsel stopped again. Then it began to swing in a circle, not back and forth anymore. "A silver charm bracelet," Grandma said quietly. "I lost it in the creek behind the house 2 weeks later. No one else knew about that. She never even told my father." Beth leaned forward, her earlier showmanship completely gone. "Margaret, should we keep this house? Should we restore it?" The tinsel stopped completely. The room felt suddenly colder, though the candle flame still didn't flicker. Then the tinsel began to swing violently, not in any pattern, just wild, erratic movements. "I don't think she likes that idea," my mum said, her voice barely audible. Aunt Judith cleared her throat. "What should we do with the house then, Margaret?" The tinsel stopped so suddenly it was like time had frozen. Then, very deliberately, it began swinging in the opposite direction it had been moving before. Beth's hands were shaking as she reached for the Ouija board again. Maybe she'll be clearer with this. This time, when our hands touched the planchette, the atmosphere in the room changed completely. The air felt thick, like trying to breathe underwater. The planchette moved immediately, with a force that none of us could have faked. It slid rapidly across the board, stopping briefly at each letter. B-U-R-N-I-T. "Burn it?" Aunt Carol repeated, her skepticism completely gone. The planchette flew off the board with such force that it skidded across the table and fell onto the floor. And then the most terrifying part happened. All 6 candles went out simultaneously. Not like they were blown out, they just stopped, like someone had flipped a switch. In the sudden darkness, I heard my Grandma Elaine say in the steadiest voice I've ever heard, "We're leaving now, and we're doing exactly what she asked." We stumbled out of that house in the dark, barely using our flashlights, just desperate to get outside. I remember the relief of feeling the warm summer air again as we practically ran back to Grandma's house. When we returned and told the men what had happened, there was a lot of disbelief. Uncle Frank laughed it off as women getting spooked in a dark old house. But Grandma Elaine had made up her mind. "We're burning it down," she announced. "Margaret built that new house for a reason. She never wanted to set foot in the old one again, and now we know why." It took some convincing, but by midnight the decision was made. Since the property was now officially Grandma Elaine's, she had the final say. The next morning, my Uncle Frank, who was still skeptical but respected his mother's wishes, contacted Millfield's volunteer fire department. These days, you couldn't just decide to burn down a house, but back then, in rural Iowa, things worked differently. The fire chief, who'd known our family forever, agreed it would be a good training exercise for his crew. He said they'd been looking for a controlled burn opportunity. 3 days later, we all stood a safe distance away as the firefighters prepared the old Victorian. They removed anything that might cause toxic fumes and set up their equipment. It was surreal watching them get ready to intentionally burn down the house that had been in our family for generations. As the first flames appeared, I stood next to Grandma Elaine. Her face looked eerily calm in the orange glow. She squeezed my hand and whispered, "Margaret's free now." The strangest part, as the fire spread and the old house began to be consumed, I swear I could hear something like a sigh of relief on the wind. Not a human sound, something older and deeper. The Victorian burned to the foundation. Nothing was salvaged, nothing was rebuilt on that spot. The new house that Margaret had rushed to build became Grandma Elaine's weekend place until she passed away in 1992. I'm 59 now, and I've never used a Ouija board since that night. My family doesn't talk about it much, but when we do, nobody questions what we experienced. Not even Aunt Carol, who remained the most skeptical of us all, ever suggested we imagined it. Sometimes I drive past that property when I visit Iowa. My cousin owns the newer house now. The spot where the Victorian stood is just an empty field of grass. No one's ever built anything there, and according to my cousin, nothing will grow properly in the exact footprint of where the house stood. The grass is always a little yellower, a little sparser, right where the foundation used to be. I don't know what was in that house or why Margaret wanted it destroyed so badly. Part of me doesn't want to know, but I do know that when I drive by that empty patch of land, I never stop. I don't even slow down. Something tells me that whatever Margaret wanted burned is still there, just waiting beneath the soil. And sometimes, when I think back to that night, I can still see that piece of tinsel swinging back and forth, with no breeze to move it. Story 4. I've been a USPS carrier for just over 6 years now. My route covers about 200 square miles of rural Kentucky, mostly farmland with scattered houses. I know pretty much everyone on my route. Their names, their kids, even their dogs' names. That's just how it is when you're the person bringing their mail and packages 6 days a week. You become part of the community fabric. So when something changes on my route, I notice. When the Hendersons' mailbox is suddenly overflowing, I know Mr. Henderson is probably having another hospital stay. When the Wilsons' flag isn't up on Tuesday, I remember that's the day their daughter takes them to their doctor appointments in the city. That's why I noticed right away when the Carmichael place started accumulating mail, even after their vacation hold ended. The Carmichael property sits about half a mile back from the main road down a winding gravel drive. It's one of those old plantation-style homes. 2 stories, white columns, wrap-around porch. The kind that looks impressive in photographs, but always seems a little off-putting in person. They'd put in a vacation hold for 2 weeks, which isn't unusual during summer. People around here often take trips to visit family or hit the beach while the weather's good. The hold expired on Monday, August 7th. By Wednesday the 23rd, 2.5 weeks later, nobody had emptied their mailbox. It was stuffed full, and I was having to rubber band their mail together just to wedge it in there. That's not normal for the Carmichaels. Mrs. Carmichael usually empties it daily, sometimes even waiting for me if she's expecting something important. I mentioned it to Darlene at the post office when I was sorting my route that morning. The Carmichaels still haven't picked up their mail. Vacation hold ended over 2 weeks ago. Darlene looked up from her computer with that look she gets when she's about to share something she probably shouldn't. Those Carmichaels, they've had troubles, she said, lowering her voice even though we were the only ones in the back room. Did you know Mrs. Carmichael had a restraining order against him last year? I didn't know, but I wasn't entirely surprised. Something about Mr. Carmichael always put me on edge. He's one of those guys who stares a little too long, stands a little too close when you're handing him packages. She disappeared for nearly 3 months after that, Darlene continued. Stayed with her sister in Oregon, I think. Then suddenly they're back together like nothing happened. Folks talked about it for weeks. That information sat heavy in my stomach as I loaded my truck. By the time I reached the Carmichael box around 1:30 that afternoon, I'd made up my mind. I was going to drive down that long gravel lane and check on the place. We're encouraged to report anything unusual. It's part of the carrier alert program. If something was wrong, I needed to know. It was hot that day, pushing 95 degrees with that thick humidity that makes your uniform stick to your back. The gravel crunched under my tires as I made my way down their drive. There were no other tire tracks, which struck me as odd. If they were home, there should have been some evidence of coming and going. The trees along the drive cast strange, shifting shadows across my windshield. I remember gripping the steering wheel tighter as I approached the clearing where their house stands. Something felt wrong, really wrong. The first thing that hit me was the silence. I've delivered mail in rural areas my whole career, and there's always noise. Cicadas buzzing, birds calling, distant farm equipment, the neighbors' cattle lowing. But around the Carmichael place that day there was nothing. Just a heavy, oppressive silence that seemed to push against my eardrums. Their black SUV was parked in the circular drive, which meant they should be home. The grass needed cutting. It was about ankle high, which was unlike them. The flower beds Mrs. Carmichael usually kept pristine were overgrown with weeds. The porch light was on, even though it was early afternoon. I parked my truck and sat there for a minute, suddenly reluctant to get out. My stomach felt tight, and the hair on my arms was standing up despite the heat. I told myself I was being ridiculous. I was a federal employee checking on residents who might need assistance. Nothing strange about that. When I finally stepped out, the silence pressed in even harder. The only sound was my shoes on the gravel and my own breathing, which seemed unnaturally loud. I walked up to the front door, my mail satchel thumping against my hip with each step. The house looked different up close. The white paint I'd always thought was so pristine had a yellowish tinge to it. and there were hairline cracks running through it that I'd never noticed before. The front door was a heavy wooden thing with an oval of stained glass in its center. I knocked 3 times, the sound echoing too loudly in that unnatural silence. No response. Their doorbell was one of those fancy video ones, so I pressed it and heard it chime inside. Still nothing. That's when I heard it, a light tapping on the glass door to the left of the main entrance. Tap, 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 like someone gently rapping with their knuckles. I turned quickly, expecting to see Mrs. Carmichael there, but the small panes of glass in the door showed nothing but the dim interior of what must have been their living room. Tap, tap, tap. It came again, and I stared hard at the door, my heart suddenly hammering in my chest. There was nobody there. I swear to you, I could see through that glass door clearly enough, and there was nobody standing on the other side of it. But the tapping continued, soft but insistent. The rational part of my brain tried to explain it away. Maybe it was a branch hitting the glass or the house settling in the heat, but there was no wind that day, not even a breeze. And the tapping had a deliberate rhythm to it that no random noise could produce. I've never moved so fast in my life. I practically ran back to my truck, the mail I'd brought for them still clutched in my hand. I didn't even bother to put it in their box by the front door like I normally would. I just threw it on the passenger seat, cranked the engine, and got the hell out of there. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely steer. As I reached the end of their drive and turned to head back to the main road, I glanced in my rearview mirror. That's when I saw her. There was a woman standing in the second-story window directly above the front door, just standing there, looking down at me. She was wearing something white, and her dark hair hung loose around her shoulders. I couldn't make out her features clearly through the rear view, but I knew it was Mrs. Carmichael. The sight sent an electric jolt of fear through me. If she was home, why hadn't she answered the door? Why was she just watching me leave? And that tapping, what the hell had that been? I drove away much faster than USPS regulations allow, I can tell you that. Once I was back on the main road, with other houses and signs of normal life around me, I pulled over and sat there, trying to get my breathing under control. My shirt was soaked with sweat, and I could feel my pulse pounding in my temples. I called my supervisor, Mike, and told him what had happened, the overflowing mailbox, the eerie silence, the tapping, and the woman in the window. Mike's been with the Postal Service for nearly 30 years, and he doesn't rattle easily. "Call the sheriff," he said after a moment. "Give them the address and tell them exactly what you told me. Something's not right there." I called the sheriff's office from right there on the side of the road. They said they'd send a deputy out to check on the property. I finished my route on autopilot, jumping at every sudden noise and feeling eyes on me the whole time. The next morning, I arrived at the post office earlier than usual. Mike was already there, and he waved me over as soon as I walked in. "I got a call from Sheriff Wilson last night about the Carmichael place," he said, his voice low. "They sent 2 deputies out there yesterday afternoon." And my mouth was suddenly dry, and nobody was there. The place was completely empty. They said it looked like nobody had been there for weeks. They even got hold of the Carmichael's numbers. Mrs. Carmichael is apparently staying with her sister in Portland. Has been for nearly a month. My skin went cold. And Mr. Carmichael? Camping out at Lake Cumberland, about 50 miles from here. Been there for over 2 weeks in his trailer. They confirmed it with the campground manager. I felt sick. That's impossible. Their car was in the driveway, and I saw her. I saw Mrs. Carmichael in the upstairs window. Mike just looked at me, concern etched in the wrinkles around his eyes. The deputies said there were no vehicles on the property, and they checked every room in that house, Tom. Nobody there. I didn't know what to say. I knew what I'd seen. The black SUV had been there, parked right in the circular drive, and the woman in the window, it had been Mrs. Carmichael. It had to have been. unless it wasn't. The thought hit me like a physical blow. If both Mr. and Mrs. Carmichael were verifiably miles away from their property, then who or what had I seen in that window? What had been making that tapping sound on the glass door when there was clearly nobody there? I've been delivering to that route for 6 years without incident. I'm not someone who sees ghosts around every corner or jumps at shadows. But what happened at the Carmichael place that day shook me to my core. I still deliver mail to their box at the end of the drive. The house is still there, white and imposing behind its screen of trees. Sometimes when the wind is right, I can almost hear that tapping sound carried on the breeze. Tap, 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 like someone trying to get my attention. I never drive down that gravel lane anymore. I leave their mail in the box by the road and get out of there as quickly as I can. The Carmichaels returned a few weeks later, acting as if nothing strange had happened. They never mentioned my visit, and I never brought it up. But sometimes when I hand Mrs. Carmichael a package and our fingers briefly touch, her skin feels unnaturally cold, even on the hottest days. And sometimes, just for a second, I swear her eyes look completely black, like empty holes in her face. I've requested a transfer to another route 3 times now. Each time, the request gets lost in the system somehow. It's like something doesn't want me to leave. I drive past the entrance to their property every day, and every day I feel that same heavy silence waiting for me down that long gravel drive, waiting like something alive and hungry. And sometimes, out of the corner of my eye, I catch a glimpse of a woman in white standing at the end of their drive, watching my truck pass by. But when I turn to look directly, there's never anyone there. Just that silence. And if I listen very carefully, the faint sound of tapping on glass. Story 5. You know that feeling when something happens that you can't explain? When you see something that shouldn't be possible? That's been my reality since 1953, and I've never told this story to anyone outside my inner circle. I still question my sanity sometimes, but I know what I saw was real. Thomas saw it too. It was February 1953, and I'd just returned home to Cactus Springs after 18 months in Korea. If you've never heard of Cactus Springs, I'm not surprised. It's barely a dot on the map of Southern California's Mojave Desert, population 187 last I checked. One main street, a general store, a diner, and miles of nothing but sand, Joshua trees, and rattlesnakes. The locals had thrown me a welcome home party at the VFW hall. Nothing fancy, just some drinks, a homemade cake with "Welcome Home Marcus" written in blue icing, and familiar faces telling me how proud they were. After what I'd seen in Korea, the simple kindness nearly broke me. The party wound down around midnight. My buddy Thomas offered to drive us home since he hadn't been drinking, but I insisted I was fine. Truth is, I wasn't drunk, just had a couple beers early in the night. I wanted to drive. After months of following orders and living in fear, I needed to feel in control of something. 4 of us piled into my dad's old Chevy Bel Air, me driving, Thomas riding shotgun, and my cousins Jerry and Mike passed out in the back seat. Those 2 could never hold their liquor worth a damn. The desert at night is different from anywhere else I've been. The darkness feels physical, like something you could reach out and touch. The headlights cut through it, showing just enough road ahead to keep moving forward, but beyond that small bubble of light was pure nothingness. We were about 15 miles outside town on Route 62, that long stretch where there's nothing but desert on both sides for miles. No streetlights, no houses, not even fences, just the occasional reflective marker along the shoulder. The radio was playing softly, some slow jazz number I can't remember. Jerry was snoring in the back. Thomas and I weren't talking much. He just stared out the window, probably thinking about having to go back to work at his dad's garage the next morning. I was focused on the road, fighting off the exhaustion that hit me after the adrenaline of the party wore off. The temperature had dropped into the low 40s, and a light wind was kicking up dust that occasionally drifted across the headlight beams. The road was empty. We hadn't seen another car for at least 20 minutes. Then something changed in the air. I can't explain it exactly, but the silence in the car suddenly felt heavier. The radio started getting staticky, which wasn't unusual that far out, but the timing was unsettling. "You see that?" Thomas asked, sitting up straighter and leaning toward the windshield. At first, I didn't. Then, maybe 50 yards ahead, something appeared at the edge of our headlights. A dark shape by the side of the road. "Probably just a coyote," I said. But even as the words left my mouth, I knew it wasn't a coyote. The shape was too tall, too still. As we got closer, it moved, not like an animal, but deliberately, purposefully. It stepped directly into the road. "Jesus!" I shouted, jerking the wheel to the left to avoid hitting what was clearly a person standing in the middle of nowhere, in the middle of the night, in the middle of the road. The tires squealed as I swerved, and the car fishtailed slightly before I regained control. In the back seat, Mike groaned but didn't wake up. "What the hell was that?" Thomas's voice cracked as he twisted around to look out the rear window. I hit the brakes and pulled onto the shoulder, dust billowing around us as the car came to a stop. My heart was hammering against my ribs so hard it hurt. "Did you see that?" I asked Thomas, needing confirmation that I wasn't losing my mind. His face was pale in the dim dashboard light. Yeah, I saw it." I put the car in park and grabbed the flashlight from the glove compartment. "Stay here with them," I said, nodding toward the back seat. "I'm going to check it out." "Are you crazy? Don't go out there!" Thomas protested, but I was already opening the door. The desert air hit me like a slap, cold and dry, carrying the scent of sage and dust. The night was silent, except for the tick-tick-tick of the cooling engine and the distant cry of some night bird. I clicked on the flashlight and swept its beam across the road behind us. Nothing. I walked back about 20 yards, searching for any sign of the figure we'd seen. There was nobody there. No footprints in the soft sand along the roadside. No movement in the sparse desert vegetation. Nothing hiding behind the occasional boulder. Just empty desert stretching away in all directions. Thomas got out of the car and jogged over to me, hugging himself against the cold. "See anything?" he asked, his breath visible in the chilly air. I shook my head. "Nothing. But you saw it too, right? What did you see exactly?" Thomas rubbed his hands together nervously. "It was a person, tall, wearing some kind of black robe or cloak. It covered them completely. Couldn't see a face or hands or anything, just this black shape." That's exactly what I'd seen. A figure completely draped in black, standing impossibly still until it moved directly into our path. "It stepped right in front of us," I said, "like it wanted us to hit it." "Or stop," Thomas added quietly. We both looked around again, scanning the desert. Visibility was decent. The moon was nearly full, casting a silvery light that made the sand look almost like snow. There was nowhere for anyone to hide. The closest creosote bushes were barely knee-high, and the nearest Joshua tree was at least 50 yards off the road. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding small against the vastness. "Is anyone there? Do you need help?" No answer. Just the wind picking up slightly, whistling through the desert scrub. "This is impossible," I muttered. "We both saw someone. They can't just vanish." Thomas grabbed my arm suddenly, his fingers digging in hard enough to hurt. "Marcus, look!" He was pointing down at the spot in the road where the figure had been standing. I directed my flashlight beam there. The asphalt was marked with something, a dark stain about the size of a dinner plate. It hadn't been there when we drove over this stretch minutes earlier. I was certain of that. We approached cautiously. The stain looked wet, glistening in the flashlight beam. I crouched down for a closer look, and my stomach turned over. "Is that blood?" Thomas whispered. I nodded slowly. It was dark, almost black, but definitely blood. A small pool of it on the road, with no tracks or trail leading away from it, just appeared out of nowhere, exactly where the figure had been standing. "This doesn't make any sense," I said, standing up quickly. "There's no body, no footprints, nothing." A gust of wind hit us, colder than before, and I swear it carried a scent I recognized from Korea, the metallic smell of fresh blood mixed with something else, something rotten. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. "We need to go," Thomas said, backing away. "Now." I didn't argue. We hurried back to the car, checking over our shoulders every few steps. The cousins were still passed out in the back seat, oblivious. I started the engine, but before pulling back onto the road, I caught something in the rear-view mirror, a flicker of movement at the edge of the darkness behind us. "Thomas," I said quietly, "don't turn around right now, but I think it's back there." He ignored my warning and twisted in his seat. "Where? I don't see—" His words cut off abruptly. "Oh, God." I looked in the mirror again. The figure stood about 30 yards behind our car, directly in the middle of the road, just standing there, perfectly still, black robes hanging motionless, despite the wind that was now strong enough to rock the car slightly. "Drive," Thomas said, his voice barely audible. "Drive now." I hit the gas harder than I meant to, and we fishtailed again before the tires caught and shot us forward. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, expecting to see the figure receding into the distance behind us, but it wasn't there anymore. The road was empty. "It's gone," I said, not slowing down. Thomas was staring out the windshield with wide eyes. "Because it's ahead of us now." My head snapped up, and there it was, the same black figure, now standing in the road about 100 yards ahead of us. Impossible. No human could have moved that fast. I slammed on the brakes again, and Mike finally woke up in the back seat. "Why are we stopping?" he mumbled sleepily. Neither Thomas nor I answered him. We were both staring at the figure, which was now slowly moving toward our car. "Marcus," Thomas said, his voice shaking, "that's not a person." I knew he was right. Whatever this thing was, it wasn't human. The way it moved was wrong, like it wasn't quite touching the ground. And there was something about its proportions that sent a wave of primal fear through me. I threw the car into reverse and started backing up, keeping my eyes fixed on the approaching figure. It kept coming, maintaining the same steady pace, not hurrying, like it knew it would reach us eventually. "What the hell are you doing?" Mike was more awake now, looking between Thomas and me with confusion. "What's going on?" "Shut up," I snapped, focused on steering backward down the dark highway. After about 50 yards of reverse, I spun the wheel and turned us around, shifting into drive and accelerating hard. The engine roared as we sped away. "There's something out there," Thomas explained to Mike, who was now shaking Jerry awake. "Some kind of, I don't know, something not right." "What are you talking about?" Jerry mumbled. "Are we home yet?" I was driving well over 60 now, desperate to put distance between us and whatever that thing was. The headlights illuminated the empty road ahead, and for a moment I thought we were clear. Then Thomas screamed, an actual scream, high and terrified like I'd never heard from him before. Because there it was again, directly in front of us, closer this time, maybe just 20 yards ahead. I jerked the wheel instinctively and the car swerved onto the shoulder. The tires hit the soft sand and immediately lost traction. I felt the back end sliding out, and then we were spinning. Everything went into slow motion. I saw Thomas's hands braced against the dashboard. I heard Mike and Jerry yelling in the back. The headlights swept across the desert in a dizzying arc as we spun completely around once, twice, before the car slid to a stop, half on the road, half on the shoulder, facing back the way we had come. The engine stalled out. In the sudden silence, our heavy breathing seemed unnaturally loud. "Is everyone okay?" I asked, my voice hoarse. 3 shaky affirmatives came back to me. I tried to restart the car, but the engine just clicked. The battery was fine, but it wouldn't turn over. What the hell happened? Jerry demanded, now fully awake. Did you fall asleep at the wheel or something? Before I could answer, Thomas grabbed my arm again. It's coming, he whispered. I looked up. The black figure was in the road again, maybe 50 yards away, moving toward us with that same deliberate gliding pace. What is that? Mike had spotted it now, too. I don't know, I said. But we need to get out of here. I tried the engine again. Nothing. Just that useless clicking. The figure was closer now. 30 yards. 20. Get out of the car, I ordered, reaching for the door handle. We'll run into the desert. Are you insane? Jerry protested. We're 15 miles from town. Look at that thing and tell me you want to stay here, Thomas shot back, already opening his door. The figure was close enough now that we could see details we hadn't noticed before. The black robes weren't just dark. They seemed to absorb the light around them. And there was something wrong with the proportions. It was tall, maybe 6.5 feet, but too thin. Impossibly thin. I couldn't see a face inside the hood. Just darkness deeper than the night around us. We all got out of the car, grouping together on the desert side of the road. The figure stopped about 10 feet from the car. It made no move to come around toward us, just stood there on the road. What do you want? I called out, surprised by the steadiness in my voice. No response, not even a movement. This is crazy, Jerry muttered. It's just some weirdo in a costume trying to scare us. He started walking toward the figure, ignoring our warnings. Hey, buddy, he called. Nice trick, but the show's over. We've got a long walk home thanks to you. The figure remained motionless as Jerry approached. He stopped a few feet away from it. Jerry, get back here, I hissed. He ignored me, stepping closer to the figure. What's your problem, huh? You deaf? He reached out to push the figure's shoulder. His hand should have connected with solid flesh, but instead it passed through as if nothing was there. Jerry staggered backward, staring at his hand. What the hell? The figure finally moved. It raised one arm, too long with too many joints, and pointed directly at Jerry. Not a hand emerged from the sleeve, but something else. Something dark and sharp. Jerry screamed and backpedaled, tripping over his own feet and falling onto the asphalt. The figure drifted toward him, not walking, but gliding inches above the ground. Run! I yelled, rushing forward to grab Jerry. Thomas and Mike were right behind me. We pulled Jerry to his feet and ran into the desert, away from the road, away from the car, away from that impossible thing. The sand made running difficult, but fear gave us speed we didn't know we had. After a minute of panicked sprinting, I risked a glance back. The figure wasn't following us. It remained by the car, a black silhouette against the moonlit road. We stopped about 100 yards from the highway, all of us gasping for breath. Jerry was shaking violently. Did you see that? He kept saying. My hand went right through it. Right through it. What do we do now? Mike asked, looking around at the empty desert stretching in all directions. Before anyone could answer, we heard the sound of the car engine starting. We all turned to look. The headlights of my dad's Chevy flared to life, illuminating the black figure standing directly in front of the car. For a moment, everything was still. Then the car began to move, slowly at first, then faster, driving straight toward the figure. I expected it to move, to get out of the way, but it didn't. The car hit it at maybe 30 miles an hour, except it didn't hit anything. The car passed through the figure as if it wasn't there, continuing down the highway with no one at the wheel. We watched in stunned silence as the taillights receded into the distance and finally disappeared around a bend. When we looked back, the figure was gone. Just empty road under the moonlight. We stood there for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, too terrified to move. Finally, Thomas broke the silence. We need to start walking. Town is that way. He pointed in the direction the car had gone. None of us wanted to go back to the road, but the alternative was spending the night in the desert. Reluctantly, we made our way back to the highway. The bloodstain was still there, darker now, almost black against the asphalt. We gave it a wide berth and started walking, keeping close together, jumping at every sound. About 10 minutes later, we heard a vehicle approaching from behind us. We all tensed, ready to dive off the road if necessary, but it was just an old pickup truck. The driver, a rancher heading into town early, stopped and gave us a ride. We told him we'd had car trouble and decided to walk. He didn't question why all 4 of us had left the car behind. Maybe he saw something in our faces that warned him not to ask. My dad's car was found the next day, parked perfectly at the side of the road about 5 miles from town. The keys were in the ignition. Nothing was damaged. The engine started on the first try when the sheriff turned the key. We never told anyone the full story. Who would believe us? We made up something about picking up a hitchhiker who turned out to be crazy and stole the car, then apparently abandoned it. The sheriff was suspicious, but couldn't prove we were lying. Thomas and I talked about it occasionally over the years, trying to make sense of what we'd seen. Jerry refused to discuss it at all and moved to San Diego 6 months later. Mike convinced himself it had been some kind of shared hallucination brought on by exhaustion and alcohol. But I know what we saw. What I keep coming back to is this: of all the empty desert roads in California, why were we the ones who encountered it? What would have happened if we'd hit it with the car instead of swerving? Why did it let us go? I'm 90 years old now. Thomas died last year. I'm the last one left who remembers that night. Sometimes I still wake up in a cold sweat, seeing that black figure in my dreams, feeling its empty gaze on me. I've come to believe we met death on that road. Not in the metaphorical sense, I mean death itself. The physical embodiment of the end that comes for us all. Why it appeared to us that night, I'll never know. Whether it was coming for one of us and changed its mind, or whether it was on its way to someone else and we simply crossed paths, I can't say. But I've felt it watching me ever since, from the corners of rooms, from the shadows between streetlights, waiting, patient, knowing we'll meet again someday. And sometimes on moonlit nights when I can't sleep, I wonder if next time we'll be the ones standing in the middle of the road, draped in darkness, watching headlights approach. Story 6. I've never told anyone outside my family about this until now. I'm still not sure why I'm sharing it here, but something about your stories makes me feel like maybe I'm not alone in experiencing something I can't explain. This happened when I was 8 years old, and even though it's been over 20 years, I remember every detail like it was yesterday. I grew up on our family farm in Willow Creek. It's this little town you've probably never heard of, tucked away in the countryside where the hills roll on forever and cell service is still spotty even today. Our farmhouse and the land have been in my dad's family since the 1700s, like George Washington era. It's the kind of place where every floorboard creaks with history and the walls feel like they're holding secrets. Being the oldest of 5 kids meant I had responsibilities, but that summer day I was just being a kid. It was hot, that sticky kind of summer heat where your legs stick to plastic chairs. I was sitting on our gravel driveway drawing with chalk, making these elaborate hopscotch patterns that took up half the driveway. My dog Rusty was with me, this scruffy mutt who followed me everywhere. He was lying nearby, panting in the heat, but refusing to go inside where it was cooler, because that would mean leaving me alone. I remember I was wearing my favorite denim overalls, with a tear in the knee that my mum kept promising to patch, and my hands were covered in different colored chalk dust. The cicadas were so loud that day, making that endless summer hum. That's the soundtrack to every childhood memory I have. I was completely focused on my chalk masterpiece when Rusty suddenly sat up. His ears perked forward and his whole body went rigid. You know how dogs get when they're alert but not scared. That intense focus. At first I ignored him. He was always chasing squirrels or getting worked up over the neighbor's cat. But then he made this weird whining sound I'd never heard before. That's when I felt it, this weird feeling like someone was watching me. Not in a creepy way, more like, I don't know, like when you can feel someone smiling at you before you see them. I looked up at Rusty, then followed his gaze toward our old barn about 30 yards away. The barn was this massive structure, weathered grey with a sagging roof that my dad was always saying he needed to fix. It had these big double doors that were usually closed, but one was slightly open that day, creating this dark slice in the weathered wood. And there she was. Standing half in shadow, half in sunlight, was a young woman. She was just standing there, looking right at me. She had this elegant hairstyle, like something you'd see in old photographs. Not quite a bun, but her dark hair was pinned up somehow. But what I remember most clearly was her dress. It was this soft, dusty rose color, with little details I couldn't quite make out from where I was sitting. Not bright pink, but that in-between color that's like pink mixed with brown. The dress looked old-fashioned, with a cinched waist and a skirt that went past her knees. Here's the weird part. I wasn't scared. Not at first. There was something about her that felt familiar, like when you meet someone and you're sure you've seen them before but can't place where. She was smiling at me, this gentle smile that made me feel like everything was okay. I raised my hand to wave. I remember that so clearly. And the instant I moved, she vanished. Not like she walked away or stepped back into the shadows. She was just gone. 1 second there, the next second nothing, like someone had switched off a projector. That's when the fear hit me. My stomach dropped and my heart started pounding so hard I could feel it in my fingertips. Rusty was whining louder now, still staring at the barn. I scrambled to my feet, chalk forgotten, and ran toward the house. I must have looked terrified, because my mom dropped the dish she was washing when I burst through the door. "What's wrong? Are you hurt?" She was already checking me for injuries, her hands still soapy from the dishes. I was out of breath, trying to explain between gasps what I'd seen. A lady by the barn, in a pink dress. She disappeared. My mom's face did this thing parents' faces do when they're trying to decide if you're making something up or if they should be worried. She looked out the kitchen window toward the barn, then back at me. "Honey, there's nobody out there. Did you see one of the Peterson girls, maybe? They sometimes cut through our back field." But I knew it wasn't any of the neighbors. The Peterson girls were blonde and loud, and always wore shorts and T-shirts in summer. This was different. This woman was elegant, old-fashioned, and she had disappeared into thin air. My mum clearly didn't believe me, but she did that mum thing where she pretended to take me seriously while secretly thinking I had an overactive imagination. She made me a glass of Kool-Aid and told me to stay inside for a bit since it was so hot out. I sat at the kitchen table, still shaking a little, watching through the window as Rusty finally abandoned his post and trotted back to the house. I didn't bring it up again until dinner that night. We were all sitting around the table, my parents, me, and my 4 younger siblings, who were too little to care about anything except who got the last dinner roll. Dad was talking about the fence that needed fixing, and Mom was trying to get my youngest brother to eat his peas when I blurted it out. "I saw a lady by the barn today. She was wearing a rose-colored dress, and her hair was up like this." I tried to gesture around my head to show the hairstyle. My siblings ignored me, but my dad's reaction was weird. He stopped mid-sentence, his fork halfway to his mouth, and just stared at me. Not like he was angry, but like he'd seen a ghost himself. He put his fork down slowly and cleared his throat. "What did you say, Emma?" So I told him again, adding every detail I could remember. The exact spot she was standing, the way the light hit her dress, making it look almost glowy, how she smiled at me like she knew me. And her dress wasn't bright pink, Dad. It was like dusty rose, like that color Grandma Jenkins has on her living room walls, but a little darker. My mom had stopped eating too, watching my dad's face with a concerned expression. Dad pushed his chair back suddenly. "Excuse me a minute," he said, and left the table. My mom gave me a look that said, "Now you've done it," but she didn't seem mad, just confused. A few minutes later, Dad came back holding an old shoebox. It was battered and faded, with yellowed tape holding the corners together. He sat down heavily in his chair and placed the box on the table, carefully moving his plate aside. "Emma," he said, and his voice sounded different, thick, like he had a cold suddenly. "I want to show you something." He opened the box and carefully sorted through what looked like old papers and photographs. My siblings had gotten quiet, sensing something important was happening. Even my mom looked puzzled. Dad finally pulled out a photograph and held it for a moment, just looking at it. Then he handed it to me across the table. "Is this who you saw today?" The photo was old and faded, with those wavy edges old photographs have. It was in color, but the colors had that strange, muted quality that old color photos get. And there she was, the woman I had seen by the barn. Same hairstyle, same gentle smile, same rose-colored dress. Exactly the same. I remember the chill that went through me, raising goosebumps on my arms, despite the summer heat. I nodded, unable to speak for a moment. "That's her," I finally whispered. "That's exactly her. Who is she?" My dad's eyes had tears in them, which scared me more than seeing the ghost had. I'd never seen my dad cry before. "That's my mother, Emma, your grandmother. She died when I was 6 years old." The table went completely silent. Even my little siblings seemed to understand something significant was happening. "But I've never seen her before," I said, confused. "I've never even seen a picture of her." That was true. We had photos of my mom's parents on the mantel, but I'd never seen pictures of my dad's parents in our house. I knew my grandfather had died before I was born, and my grandmother when my dad was young, but that was it. They weren't people we talked about much. "No," my dad said quietly, "you haven't. We don't have many pictures of her, and the ones we do have stay in this box. I find it difficult to look at them." My mom reached across the table and took his hand. She looked as shocked as I felt. "Mark," she said to my dad, "Emma couldn't have known." "Known what?" I asked, looking between them. My dad took a deep breath. "The dress your grandmother is wearing in that photo, that rose-colored dress, was her favorite. She wore it to church every Sunday. And," he paused, swallowing hard, "it's what she was buried in." My mom made a small, gasping sound and put her hand over her mouth. "There's no way you could have known that, Emma," my dad continued. "We've never discussed it, and that photo has been in this box in the back of the parlor cabinet since before you were born." I stared at the photograph in my hand, at the woman with the gentle smile and the rose-colored dress, the woman who had smiled at me from the barn doorway and then vanished, my grandmother, who had died decades before I was born. "Why was she by the barn?" I asked, not knowing what else to say. My dad wiped his eyes with the back of his hand. "The barn was her favorite place on the farm. She used to say it was peaceful there." He gave a small, sad laugh. "She'd go sit in there to get away from me and my brothers when we were being too rowdy. Said it was the only place she could hear herself think." The conversation after that is a blur in my memory. I know my mum took the younger kids upstairs for their baths, while Dad and I stayed at the table, looking through the other photos in the box. There weren't many, just a handful showing my grandmother at different times. In every one, she had that same gentle smile. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking I heard footsteps in the hallway outside my bedroom, but when I'd peek out, there was never anyone there. I wasn't exactly scared, more like anxiously excited. Like Christmas Eve when you're a kid and too wound up to sleep. The next morning I went back out to the driveway where I'd been playing with chalk. Rusty came with me, but he seemed normal, not on edge like the day before. The barn looked the same as it always had. Old, weathered, slightly creepy, but in a familiar way. I stood there for a long time, staring at the spot where I'd seen her, but nothing happened. The barn was just a barn. Over the years, I've thought about that day thousands of times. I've questioned my memory, wondered if somehow I had seen that photograph before and forgotten, tried to find rational explanations. But I know what I saw. And my dad's reaction. That wasn't something that could be faked or imagined. We never talked much about it after that day. My dad started keeping a small framed photo of his mother on his bedside table, though, the one of her in the rose-colored dress. Sometimes I'd catch him looking at it with a sad smile, and I knew he was thinking about what happened. I'm 30 now, and I've never seen my grandmother again. Sometimes, when I visit the old farm, my parents still live there, I'll walk out to the barn and just stand there, hoping. But whatever opened that door between worlds that summer day has remained closed. The strangest part is that I'm not scared when I think about it. There was nothing threatening or sinister about what happened. If anything, it felt like, I don't know, like she was checking on me, making sure I was okay. Looking back, I think she wanted to be seen, wanted to connect with a grandchild she never got to meet. I still can't explain what happened that day. All I know is that for a brief moment, something impossible happened on our old family farm. And even though I've never seen her again, I still find myself looking for that rose-colored dress whenever I pass old barns or quiet, shadowy places. Story 7. I still feel sick to my stomach when I think about what happened at Amber's house. It's been 5 years, and I've never talked about it openly until now. I guess writing it down might help me process it, but honestly, I'm not sure anything will ever fully erase those memories. It all started in 7th grade when I moved to Pinewood Heights. Being the new kid sucked, especially since I'd left all my friends behind in Portland. My parents kept saying I'd make new friends, but the first few weeks of school were pretty miserable. That's when Amber approached me during lunch. She had this really distinctive laugh that I could hear from across the cafeteria, and she always wore these vintage concert t-shirts that her dad had collected. Amber was different from the other kids. She didn't care about fitting in, which made her instantly cool in my eyes. We bonded over our shared love of horror movies and rock music, and within a month we were practically inseparable. So when she invited me for a sleepover on a Friday in October, I was thrilled. I remember getting dropped off at her house around 6 p.m. It was a 2-story colonial with dark green shutters and a massive oak tree in the front yard. Nothing outwardly creepy about it, just a normal suburban home. Amber's mom answered the door. She was nice enough, but there was something off about her, like she was constantly distracted, looking over her shoulder every few minutes. Amber gave me a quick tour of the house. The living room had these old family photos everywhere, and I noticed her older brother in several of them. When I asked where he was, she just said, "He's away at college." Nothing weird about that explanation. We grabbed some snacks from the kitchen and headed upstairs to her room. Her bedroom was exactly what I expected. Band posters, fairy lights, and this collection of weird little trinkets she'd found at thrift stores. We spent the evening watching movies on her laptop, painting our nails, and talking about boys from school. Normal sleepover stuff. Around midnight, Amber's mom poked her head in to tell us not to stay up too late. That's when Amber told me I could sleep in her room, and she'd take her brother's room for the night. I tried to protest. I was fine with a sleeping bag on the floor, but she insisted. She said she slept in his room sometimes anyway, when she wanted to be alone. It seemed like a nice gesture, so I didn't argue. After Amber left, I changed into my pajamas and climbed into her bed. The sheets smelled like lavender detergent, and the mattress was actually really comfortable. I remember texting my mom goodnight before turning off the bedside lamp. The room wasn't completely dark, There was a streetlight outside that cast this dim orange glow through the curtains. I fell asleep pretty quickly. I woke up around 2:30 a.m. I know the exact time because I checked my phone immediately. Something had jolted me awake, but I couldn't figure out what. The house was silent except for the occasional creaking that old houses make, but something felt wrong. I had this overwhelming sensation that someone was watching me. Not just watching, staring intensely. I lay perfectly still, my eyes scanning the shadows of the room. The feeling was so strong that I was convinced I would see someone standing in the corner or crouched by the dresser, but there was nothing there, at least nothing I could see. I tried to rationalize it. New house, unfamiliar sounds, sleeping in someone else's bed. Of course I felt uneasy. I pulled the covers up to my chin and closed my eyes, determined to go back to sleep. Just as I was drifting off, I felt it again. That sensation of being watched, but more intense this time. It felt like whatever was watching me had moved closer to the bed. My skin broke out in goosebumps, and the hair on my arms stood up. I squeezed my eyes shut tighter, trying to convince myself it was just my imagination. But then I felt something brush against my foot through the blanket. I yanked my legs up to my chest and sat upright, fully awake now and terrified. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. The room was still empty. I grabbed my phone and turned on the flashlight, sweeping it across every corner. Nothing. I seriously considered going to find Amber, but I didn't want to seem like a baby. Instead, I turned on her bedside lamp and decided to scroll through social media until I calmed down. After about 20 minutes, I convinced myself I was being ridiculous and turned the lamp off again. Big mistake. The moment the room went dark, the sensation returned. This time, it felt like whatever was watching me was right next to the bed. I could almost feel breath on my neck. I froze, unable to move or scream. The temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees in an instant. I finally worked up the courage to reach for the lamp again, and as I did, I swear I felt fingers brush against my arm. I slept with the light on for the rest of the night, drifting in and out of uneasy sleep until the first rays of sunlight came through the window. When I heard Amber's mom moving around downstairs, I practically leaped out of bed. Amber found me in the kitchen helping her mom make pancakes. She took one look at my face and asked, "Bad night?" I didn't want to sound crazy, but I needed to tell someone. I kept feeling like someone was watching me, I admitted, keeping my voice low so her mom wouldn't hear. What happened next still makes my blood run cold when I think about it. Amber just shrugged, like I'd commented on the weather. "Oh, that was probably just Charlie," she said, reaching for the syrup. "He doesn't like it when people sleep in my room." I nearly dropped my plate. "Who's Charlie?" "My brother's friend," she said casually. "Well, not really his friend. More like the thing that possessed him when he was little." I thought she was joking. She had to be joking. But the look on her face was completely serious. "My brother had this imaginary friend when he was like 4, she continued, lowering her voice. "Except our parents realized it wasn't imaginary when things started moving around the house, and my brother would talk in this voice that wasn't his. They took him to doctors, priests, psychics. Nobody could help. Eventually, whatever it was, Charlie, just became part of our family. He follows us wherever we go." I must have looked as horrified as I felt, because Amber quickly added, "Don't worry, he's mostly harmless. He just gets territorial sometimes." I made up an excuse about forgetting I had a family thing that morning and called my mom to pick me up. I didn't tell her what happened. I wasn't even sure I believed it myself. Maybe Amber was messing with me. Maybe her family had some weird joke they played on guests. But deep down, I knew something had been in that room with me. I avoided going to Amber's house after that. We still hung out at school and at my place, but I always made excuses when she invited me over. She never pushed it, which made me wonder if she understood why. Months passed, and eventually I convinced myself I'd overreacted. When Amber invited a group of us to her house to watch a scary movie marathon, 2 other girls from our class, Megan and Tara, and 2 boys, Ethan and Jason, I agreed to go. Safety in numbers, right? Plus it was just for a few hours on a Saturday afternoon, not overnight. Everything was fine at first. We all piled into Amber's room with snacks and sodas, joking around while Amber set up the TV. Her room felt normal that day, just a regular teenage girl's bedroom. I almost felt stupid for being so freaked out before. We were about 20 minutes into the first movie when it happened. The door to Amber's bedroom, which had been wide open, suddenly slammed shut with such force that the walls shook. All of us jumped. Ethan, who was sitting closest to the door, laughed nervously and got up to open it. The doorknob wouldn't turn. "Very funny, Amber," he said, jiggling the handle. "How are you doing this?" Amber had gone completely pale. "I'm not doing anything," she whispered. That's when Tara started screaming. The temperature in the room plummeted so quickly that I could see our breath. The posters on Amber's walls began to flutter, even though there was no wind. The lights flickered, and the TV shut off by itself. Jason ran to help Ethan with the door, both of them pulling on the handle and shoving their shoulders against it. It wouldn't budge. Megan was crying, and I just sat frozen on Amber's bed, unable to move or speak. I knew what was happening. I knew who was doing this. Amber stood up and walked to the center of the room. "Charlie, stop it," she said firmly, like she was scolding a child. "These are my friends." The lights flickered more violently, and one of Amber's snow globes shot off her shelf, smashing against the wall. "Charlie!" Amber shouted, her voice cracking with fear despite her attempt to sound authoritative. "That's enough!" For what felt like an eternity, but was probably only about 5 minutes, we were trapped in that room with things flying off shelves, the temperature freezing, and this low, barely audible humming sound that seemed to come from the walls themselves. Ethan and Jason had backed away from the door, huddling with the rest of us in the center of the room. Then, as suddenly as it started, it stopped. The temperature returned to normal, the light stabilized, and the humming ceased. The doorknob made a clicking sound, and the door slowly swung open about an inch. Nobody moved. We all stared at that slightly open door, afraid that whatever had trapped us wasn't finished. "I think," Amber started, her voice trembling, "I think he's done now. I don't know what possessed me." Poor choice of words, I know. But I volunteered to go first. Maybe I thought if something was going to happen, better me than one of the others. I walked to the door, my legs shaking so badly I could barely stay upright, and pulled it open the rest of the way. The hallway looked normal, no sign of anything unusual. I stepped out, feeling a bizarre mix of relief and lingering terror. I turned toward the stairs, and that's when it happened. A large picture frame that had been hanging on the wall, a family photo of Amber with her parents and brother, suddenly launched itself off the wall. It didn't fall. It flew horizontally, like someone had thrown it with incredible force. It sailed past my head, missing me by inches, before crashing to the floor just a few feet away from me, glass shattering everywhere. I ran. I didn't look back, didn't wait for the others, didn't even grab my jacket or backpack. I sprinted down those stairs and out the front door, not stopping until I reached the sidewalk. The others followed moments later, all of us gasping and shaking. All except Amber, who came out last, looking more embarrassed than scared. "I'm sorry," she said when she caught up to us at the end of her driveway. "Charlie really doesn't like it when boys come over. He gets jealous." None of us knew what to say. What do you say to someone who just casually apologizes for their brother's possessing spirit throwing a tantrum? We all went home after that. The boys tried to laugh it off, suggesting maybe the house had faulty wiring or there was a draft we didn't notice. Megan and Tara seemed willing to accept those explanations. But I knew better. Later that night, Amber called me. "Are you mad?" she asked. "No," I said honestly. "Just freaked out." Why didn't you warn us about Charlie? She sighed. Would you have come if I told you my house is haunted by a jealous spirit? No, I admitted. That's why, she said simply. I don't get to have friends over very often because of him. I thought maybe if there were more of us, he'd stay quiet. I felt a twinge of sympathy for her then. What must it be like to live with something like that? To know that whatever you go, this entity follows. What happened to your brother? I asked, unable to contain my curiosity. After he was possessed. There was a long pause before Amber answered. He learned to live with it, she said finally. Charlie lets him have control most of the time now, but sometimes Charlie takes over. That's why he's not really at college like I told you. He's at a special facility where they help people like him. I never went back to Amber's house after that. We remained friends through middle school, but drifted apart in high school when her family moved away. She never said it was because of Charlie, but I always wondered if the entity had done something that finally pushed them to leave. I still have nightmares about that day, about the sensation of being watched in the dark, about the picture frame flying at my head. In my dreams, it doesn't miss. Sometimes, even now, I wake up with that same feeling, that someone is standing in the corner of my bedroom watching me. On those nights, I always turn on the light and whisper, "This isn't your domain, Charlie," before checking every shadow and corner. I don't know if Charlie was a ghost or a demon, or something else entirely. I don't know why he attached himself to Amber's brother, or why he stayed with their family. All I know is that for one night and one afternoon, I experienced something I cannot explain, something that defies everything I thought I knew about reality. And sometimes, when I'm alone in the dark, I swear I can hear that same low humming coming from inside the walls. Story 8. I've been debating whether to share this for years. It happened in the summer of 1993, when I was 15. I'm 46 now, and I still get goosebumps thinking about it. I've never found an explanation that makes sense, and trust me, I've looked. We lived in this old house called Ravenswood Manor. It wasn't as fancy as it sounds, just an old Victorian place my parents bought cheap because it needed work. The layout was weird. Upstairs, my parents' bedroom was on one side of the landing, mine was directly opposite, and between them was this small room we called the box room. It was just a storage space for extra linens, Christmas decorations, that kind of stuff. That box room was always bizarrely hot, even in winter when the rest of the house was freezing. My dad said it was something about the pipes running through there, but it didn't make sense because there was no radiator. I hated going in there. It always felt, I don't know, oppressive, like someone was watching me. Strange things happened in our house all the time. Stuff would go missing, then turn up in places we'd already checked. We'd hear footsteps when no one was there. My mum's favorite vase flew off the shelf once when nobody was near it. My parents blamed it on drafts or the house settling, but I knew better. Looking back now, I think I might have been contributing to it. That summer was rough for me. I was fighting with my parents constantly, dealing with friend drama, and I was pretty miserable. I've since read about poltergeist activity being connected to teenagers with emotional issues. Maybe that was part of it, I don't know. Anyway, that night, God, I'll never forget it. My sister Kate was home from college for the weekend, staying on the living room couch because we'd converted her old room into a home office. My parents had gone to bed around 11, and Kate and I stayed up watching TV. I finally headed upstairs around 1 a.m. I remember lying in bed, almost asleep when it started. At first, I thought it was an earthquake. The whole house started shaking. I sat bolt upright, gripping my sheets, trying to figure out what was happening. Then I realized the noise wasn't coming from everywhere. It was coming specifically from the box room. The banging was so violent. It sounded like someone was throwing furniture against the walls, pounding on the ceiling, stomping on the floor. Thump, crash, bang, thump, over and over. I was frozen in place, too terrified to move. My first thought was that someone had broken in, but the noise, it wasn't like someone rummaging around. It was pure chaos. I remember looking at my bedroom door, watching the handle, terrified it would start turning. But the noise just kept coming from the box room. The shaking was so bad that the glass of water on my nightstand was vibrating across the surface. After what felt like forever, but was probably only 30 seconds, I managed to get out of bed. My legs were shaking so badly I could barely stand. I crept to my door and put my hand on the handle. My heart pounding so hard I thought it might explode out of my chest. I don't know what gave me the courage to open that door. I think it was the fear that whatever was in there might break out and come for me. I figured I'd rather face it on my terms than be cornered. The landing was pitch black. The only light came from the street lamp outside, casting weird shadows through the window at the end of the hall. I could still hear the banging and crashing from the box room. It was deafening now that I was in the hallway. Just as I stepped out, my mom's door opened. She was standing there in her nightgown, her face pale in the dim light. At the same moment, I heard footsteps on the stairs and saw Kate coming up, stopping halfway. We all just stared at each other, and I'll never forget the look on my mom's face, pure confusion and terror. Dad was still asleep somehow. The man could sleep through anything, which meant all of us were accounted for. There was nobody else in the house who could be making that noise. The three of us stood there, paralyzed, looking at the box room door. The banging was getting more intense, like whatever was in there knew we were listening and was putting on a show. The door itself was shuddering in its frame. Then, as suddenly as it started, it stopped. Complete silence fell over the house. It was so quiet, I could hear my own heartbeat and my mum's ragged breathing from across the landing. We stood there, not moving, not speaking, just staring at that door. I was too scared to look at my mum or Kate. I couldn't take my eyes off the box room door. Then the door handle started to turn, slowly, deliberately, like someone on the other side was trying to be quiet. I've never moved so fast in my life. I bolted back into my room, slammed the door, and dove under my covers. I heard Kate scream and run downstairs, and my mum's door slam shut. I pulled the blankets over my head like a little kid, as if that would protect me from whatever was about to come through that door. I laid there, my heart pounding, waiting for my door to burst open, for something to grab me. I was so convinced that something was coming for me that I actually peed myself a little. I was that terrified. But nothing came. I don't know how long I stayed like that, trembling under my blankets, but eventually I must have fallen asleep from pure exhaustion. I didn't even realize I'd dozed off until I woke up to sunlight streaming through my window. The first thing I did was check if my door was still closed. It was. I listened for any noise in the house, but all I could hear was the usual morning sounds: birds outside, distant traffic, my dad taking a shower. I crept out of my room, half expecting the landing to be destroyed, but everything looked normal. Kate was already up. I found her in the kitchen, looking exhausted. When she saw me, she just shook her head. "Did that really happen last night?" I whispered. "I don't know what the hell that was," she said, her hands shaking as she poured coffee. My mum came down a few minutes later, and she looked like she hadn't slept at all. When my dad finally joined us, he was totally oblivious. He hadn't heard a thing. After breakfast, when Dad went out to mow the lawn, Kate and I decided to investigate the box room. My mom refused to come with us. I think she was scared of what we might find. I remember my hand trembling as I reached for the door handle, the same handle I'd watched turning by itself hours earlier. Kate was right behind me, practically breathing down my neck. I pushed the door open, bracing myself for, I don't know what, a mess, a monster, a portal to hell. But the room was completely normal, neat even. The boxes of Christmas decorations were stacked in the corner. The old suitcases were still lined up against the wall. The spare blankets were folded on the shelf. Nothing was out of place. Nothing was damaged. There was absolutely no evidence that anything had happened in there. Kate and I searched every inch of that room. We moved boxes, looked behind suitcases, checked the window to see if it was locked. It was. We even checked the ceiling for cracks. Nothing. The room was exactly as it had always been. That's what makes it so much worse, you know. If we'd found the room trashed, at least we'd have proof that something happened. But the fact that everything was normal made me question my own sanity. If Kate and my mom hadn't experienced it too, I might have convinced myself I'd dreamed the whole thing. We never talked about it as a family. My mom refused to discuss it, and my dad thought we were making it up. Kate went back to college a few days later, and I was left alone in that house with whatever had been in the box room. The strange thing is, after that night, the weird occurrences in the house stopped completely. No more missing items, no more mysterious footsteps. It was like whatever had been building up in that house had reached its peak that night, and then vanished. I've spent years trying to come up with rational explanations. Maybe it was some kind of weird pressure build-up in the pipes, but that doesn't explain the door handle turning. Maybe it was an actual earthquake. But nothing fell off the walls, and no one else in the neighborhood reported feeling anything. I've looked into the history of Ravenswood Manor, trying to find stories of previous hauntings or deaths in the house. There's nothing particularly noteworthy. No murders, no suicides, nothing that would explain what happened. Sometimes I wonder if it was me, if all my teenage angst and emotions somehow manifested physically. I've read about poltergeist activity being centered around adolescents, especially girls. But how could my emotions make a door handle turn when no one was touching it? We moved out of that house 3 years later when I went to college. My parents downsized to a smaller place, and as far as I know, the new owners never reported anything strange. I drove by it a few years ago, and it looked completely ordinary. Just an old house on a quiet street. I'm married now with kids of my own, and I've never experienced anything like that again. But I still can't sleep with my bedroom door open. I still find myself staring at door handles sometimes, half expecting them to start turning on their own. Whatever was in that box room that night, whether it was a ghost, a poltergeist, or something else entirely, I've never found an explanation that satisfies me. It's been over 30 years, and I still get a cold feeling in the pit of my stomach when I think about it. The noise, the shaking, the silence, the door handle turning, it all feels as real to me now as it did then. But what haunts me most is the box room being completely untouched the next morning. How is that possible? How can something cause that much chaos and leave no trace? I don't know if I'll ever find an answer. All I know is that something happened in that box room that night that defies explanation, and part of me is still that terrified 15-year-old girl, standing in the dark landing, watching a door handle turn by itself. Story 9. I've never told this story to anyone outside my immediate family because I know how it sounds. Even now, my hands are shaking as I type this, and I've had to stop several times to calm my breathing. But after keeping it bottled up for so long, I need to share what happened to me that night in Willow Springs 4 years ago, when I was 16. It started with a nightmare. I'd fallen asleep around 11 p.m. after finishing my biology homework. In my dream, I was driving down a winding road in heavy rain with my dog Lunar beside me in the passenger seat. The windshield wipers couldn't keep up with the downpour, and visibility was terrible. Ahead of me, I could make out the red glow of brake lights, and as I got closer, I realized cars were skidding and crashing on the slick road. I remember the feeling of my stomach dropping as I carefully pulled over to avoid the pileup. There was a small cafe with its lights still on, so I parked nearby, grabbed Luna's leash, and hurried through the rain toward shelter. The cafe looked normal at first. There were a few people inside, but what caught my attention was a mother and son sitting at a table outside, under an awning. They were completely still, both frozen with these horrible expressions on their faces, wide eyes, open mouths, like they'd seen something terrifying. Their dog was lying motionless at their feet, soaking wet. But then, and this is where the dream got really messed up, I noticed another dog standing behind them. It looked exactly like their dog, but it was standing dripping water with empty eye sockets. I knew somehow it was drowned, yet still there, watching them. I tried to back away, but the dream shifted, and suddenly I was sitting in some kind of bamboo bungalow. The walls were thin, and I could hear rain pattering on the roof. I was waiting for someone, though I didn't know who. There was a single dim light hanging from the ceiling, casting long shadows across the floor. I heard footsteps approaching outside, slow and deliberate, but instead of a person, a shadow appeared in the doorway. Not the shadow of a human, but something taller, with unnaturally long limbs. It just stood there, watching me. Then it whispered, "Coming for you," in this voice that sounded like several people speaking at once. The shadow figure rushed at me, and that's when I jolted awake. I sat up in my bed, heart hammering in my chest. My room was dark except for the faint glow of my digital clock, showing 3:17 a.m. I was sweating despite the cool air coming from my window, which I always kept cracked open at night. That's when I felt it. A light sensation on my arm, like someone gently brushing their hair against my skin. I thought it might be a draft from the window, but it didn't feel like air. It felt like something was touching me. I froze. You know that feeling when you just know something isn't right. Every cell in my body was screaming at me not to look up, but I couldn't help it. Standing on my bed, not 2 feet away from me, was a figure. At first, I thought it might be my little sister playing a prank, but I quickly realized it wasn't her. This thing was about 4 feet tall, with a humanoid shape, but definitely not human. Its skin was pale, almost translucent, and there was a soft blue light emanating from its chest, pulsing gently like a heartbeat. Its hair was flowing white, but it moved wrong, not like normal hair, but like a flame, wavering and flickering despite there being no wind in my room. The worst part was its eyes. They were huge, taking up too much of its face, perfectly round like orbs. They didn't have pupils or irises, just these massive, reflective surfaces that seemed to take in everything. In them, I could see my own terrified reflection. It was just standing there on my bed, staring down at me. Then it cocked its head to the side like a curious animal, then to the other side. It was studying me. I could hear a faint humming sound coming from it, almost like electricity. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. I was completely paralyzed with fear, my back pressed against my headboard, clutching my blanket so hard my knuckles were white. I remember thinking, "This isn't real. I'm still dreaming. Wake up, Madison, wake up." But I wasn't dreaming. The cool night air on my face, the racing of my heart, the cotton texture of my pajamas against my skin, everything was too vivid, too present. The entity took a step toward me, and that broke my trance. I pushed myself harder against the wall, trying to get as far away as possible. And then it did something I'll never forget. It laughed. Not a menacing laugh, but something beautiful and haunting, like wind chimes in a storm. The sound seemed to come from everywhere at once, filling my room with its eerie melody. Then, as suddenly as it had appeared, it was gone. Not like it walked away or faded. It extinguished, like someone had blown out a candle. One moment it was there, and the next it wasn't, leaving behind only a slight smell of ozone and a lingering chill in the air. I sat there for what felt like hours, but was probably only seconds, too shocked to move. When I finally found my voice, I didn't scream. I broke down crying. Silent, body-shaking sobs that I tried to muffle with my pillow. I was terrified it would hear me and come back. When I could finally move, I bolted from my bed and ran straight to my mum's room. I didn't care that I was 16 and too old to be scared of nightmares. I shook her awake, hysterical, trying to explain what I'd seen. She thought I'd had a bad dream at first, But when she saw the state I was in, trembling, pale, barely able to form coherent sentences, she knew something was seriously wrong. We checked my room together. Nothing was out of place. My window was still cracked open exactly as I'd left it. There were no footprints on my bed, no sign that anything had been there. Mom suggested it might have been a hypnagogic hallucination, those weird visions some people get between sleep and wakefulness. I desperately wanted to believe that explanation, but I knew it wasn't true. I was fully awake. What I saw was real. I slept in my mom's room for the next week. After that, I couldn't bear to be in my bedroom with the lights off. Even now, 4 years later, I sleep with at least 2 lights on. I've tried therapy, meditation, even sleep studies. Nothing helps. Whenever I try to sleep in complete darkness, I feel that same presence, that same watching sensation, the most disturbing part. About a month after my encounter, I was looking through an old book on mythology in our school library and found an illustration that made my blood run cold. It was a drawing of an ancient spirit from Norse folklore, described as a light bearer that visited people at night. The illustration showed the same flowing, flame-like hair, the same orb-like eyes, the same glowing chest. The text said these spirits were believed to be messengers, bringing warnings of things to come. I've spent years trying to understand what happened that night. Was it warning me about something? Was it trying to communicate? Sometimes I wonder if it's still out there, watching me, waiting. I've had a few strange experiences since then. Lights flickering when I talk about that night, electronic devices malfunctioning around me, recurring dreams about that bamboo bungalow, but nothing as direct as that encounter. The doctors say I have anxiety and PTSD. They've prescribed medications that help with the panic attacks I get whenever I try to tell this story in person. My family moved out of that house in Willow Springs 6 months after the incident. Not because of what happened to me. My parents were pretty good at rationalizing it away, but because Dad got transferred for work. I was relieved to leave, but part of me wonders if it would have followed us regardless. Sometimes I wish I'd tried to communicate with it, asked it what it wanted, why it chose me. Other times, I'm grateful I didn't. Who knows what might have happened if I'd acknowledged it more directly. I'm writing this now because the anniversary of that night is coming up, and the dreams have started again. The same rain-soaked road, the same cafe with the frozen people, the same whisper, coming for you. I don't know what it means. I don't know if I'll ever understand what visited me that night. All I know is that the world is stranger and more frightening than most people realize, and sometimes things from beyond come to us in the dark. If you ever wake up feeling like you're being watched, if you ever sense a presence in your room, don't look up, don't acknowledge it, and whatever you do, don't let it know you can see it. Because once they know you can see them, they never really leave. Story 10. I still can't sleep with the lights off in my living room. It's been almost 8 months since it happened, but I can't shake the feeling that there's someone in there with me. The weird thing is, I'm not exactly scared, more like unsettled, like when you feel someone watching you but can't see them. My mom was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer last spring, stage 4 by the time they caught it. The doctors gave her 3 months, but she held on for almost 6. Stubborn until the end, that was my mom. When hospice suggested a facility, she flat out refused. "I'm dying in my own damn house," she said. So we converted the living room into a makeshift hospital room, rented a bed, brought in all the equipment, the whole 9 yards. I moved back home to help care for her. My sister Jen would come during the day, and I'd take the night shift. It made sense since I've always been a night owl anyway. We had a routine. I'd arrive around 7 p.m. Jen would brief me on medications and how Mom was doing, then head home to her family. I'd stay up, checking on Mom every hour or so, adjusting her position, giving her water or meds when needed. About 3 weeks before she died, things started getting strange. The first time it happened, I was dozing on the couch across from Mom's bed. It was maybe 2 a.m. when I heard her laughing. Not just a chuckle, full-on belly laughter. I jumped up, thinking something was wrong, but she was just lying there, propped up on her pillows, talking animatedly to the empty space next to her bed. "Mom? You okay?" I asked. She turned to me, smiling. "Oh, Sarah, tell Bobby to stop being such a show-off." Bobby, my uncle, her younger brother who died 15 years ago. "Mom, there's nobody here," I said gently, figuring it was the morphine talking. She gave me this look, not confused or dazed, but almost annoyed. "He's right here, Sarah. Don't be rude." Then she turned back to the empty space and continued her conversation. I figured it was the medication, or maybe her brain was starting to shut down. Hospice had warned us about terminal lucidity and hallucinations, so I just went with it, thinking it was giving her comfort. But then it kept happening. Almost every night, she'd wake up and have these detailed conversations with Bobby. Sometimes they'd talk about their childhood, other times about people I didn't know. She seemed so lucid during these talks, way more alert than during her conversations with us during the day. The thing about Bobby is that Mom rarely mentioned him after he died. It was too painful. He'd collapsed of a sudden heart attack while coaching his high school baseball team. He was only 42. Mom was there that day, watching from the bleachers. She saw the whole thing. After the funeral, she put away all his photos, donated his things. It was like she couldn't bear any reminders. So hearing her talking to him, laughing with him, it was jarring. One night, about a week before she died, I was sitting in the armchair next to her bed, reading a book. She'd been sleeping peacefully for hours when suddenly she started laughing again. "Sarah," she called out, surprising me. "Sarah, pick those up." I looked up from my book. "Pick what up, Mom?" She pointed to the floor between us. "The cards. Bobby's throwing his baseball cards all over the floor. Pick them up before someone slips." I looked at the floor. Nothing there. "He always did this as a kid," she continued. "Would spread his cards out, organizing his players, then leave them everywhere." She was smiling so broadly, more animated than I'd seen her in months. That detail hit me hard. I remembered Mom telling me years ago how Bobby was obsessed with baseball cards as a kid. He'd had thousands, kept them meticulously organized by team and position. It was such a specific memory, one I'd forgotten until that moment. "Tell Bobby to pick them up himself," I said, deciding to play along. Mom laughed again. "He says he can't. His hands go right through them." Then she frowned slightly. "That's not funny, Bobby. Don't say things like that." A chill ran up my spine. I tried to shake it off, but something about the interaction felt so real. Not like someone hallucinating, but like someone actually conversing with another person. The night Mom died was peaceful. She'd been unconscious most of the day. Jen and I were both there, sitting on either side of her bed. Around 3 a.m., Mum suddenly opened her eyes, looked at something above my head, and smiled. "Ready to go, Bobby?" she whispered. Then she closed her eyes and just stopped breathing. Jen didn't notice what Mom had said. She was too focused on the monitor as Mum's vitals dropped. But I heard it clearly, and again, that chill. After the funeral and everything, Jen asked if I wanted to move out of the house. She offered to help me sell it or rent it, said she understood if I didn't want to stay there. But strangely, I felt comforted being in Mum's house, like there was still a piece of her there. So I stayed, turned Mum's hospital bed back to the rental company, rearranged the living room to how it was before. Life slowly returned to something resembling normal. Until about 6 months after Mom died, I was sitting on the couch in the living room, the same couch I'd slept on during those long nights. It was around 8 p.m., and I was FaceTiming with my nephew Jason, Jen's 9-year-old. He was showing me his science project for school, something about volcanoes. We were chatting away when suddenly Jason stopped mid-sentence. His expression changed, his eyes focusing on something behind me. "Jason, you okay?" I asked. He tilted his head, looking confused. "Aunt Sarah, who's that man behind you?" I felt every hair on my body stand up. I was home alone. There shouldn't be anyone behind me. "What man, Jason?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "The baseball man, the one walking back and forth behind you." I slowly turned around, half expecting, I don't know what. But there was nothing there, just the empty living room. I turned back to Jason. "There's nobody here, buddy. It's just me." Jason shook his head. "No, there is. He's wearing baseball clothes, like a uniform. He keeps walking from the window to the kitchen door and back." I felt ice in my veins. "What does he look like, Jason?" "He's not that old. He has black hair and a mustache, and he's smiling at you." Uncle Bobby had black hair and a mustache. He was always clean-shaven except for that mustache, and he died in his baseball coach uniform. Here's the thing. Jason never met Bobby. He was born years after Bobby died, and like I said, Mom had put away all the photos. There was no way Jason could know what Bobby looked like. "Is he still there?" I whispered. Jason nodded. "He's standing right behind you now. He's saying something." Jason frowned, concentrating. I can't hear him very well. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. Is he saying anything now?" Jason looked like he was listening intently. Then he smiled. "He says to tell you the cards are picked up. I nearly dropped my phone. The baseball cards. The ones Mom had been talking about that night." "Jason," I started, but then he interrupted me. "He's gone now," Jason said, sounding disappointed. "Where did he go?" I couldn't answer. I was frozen, trying to process what had just happened. After I ended the call with Jason, I sat in the silent living room for a long time. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe Jason had somehow seen a photo of Bobby I didn't know about. Maybe Jen had mentioned him. Maybe it was just a bizarre coincidence. But deep down, I knew. Bobby had been there with Mom during her final days. He'd come to guide her to whatever comes next. And for some reason, he was still hanging around. The next day, I called Jen and casually asked if she'd ever shown Jason photos of Uncle Bobby or talked about him. She sounded confused. "No, why would I? You know Mom got rid of most of those pictures years ago." I didn't tell her about what happened. I'm still not sure if I should. It sounds crazy, even to me, and I experienced it. But I'm convinced now that Bobby was there in the room with Mom all those nights. He wasn't a hallucination or the morphine talking. He was really there, keeping her company, making her laugh during her final days. The brother she'd lost so suddenly had returned when she needed him most. I've started researching near-death experiences and visitations from deceased loved ones. Turns out it's surprisingly common for dying people to report seeing their departed family members. Hospice nurses have endless stories about patients having conversations with invisible visitors shortly before they pass. What makes less sense is why Jason could see him, and why Bobby is still here, months after Mom's gone. Is he watching over me now? Is there something he wants me to know? I've tried talking to him directly a few times when I'm alone in the house. I feel silly doing it, but I'll just say, "Bobby, are you there?" So far, no response I can detect, but sometimes I swear I can hear the faint sound of a baseball being tossed from hand to hand, that distinctive smack of leather, and occasionally items in the house will be moved slightly from where I left them. Last week I was going through some boxes in the attic and found something I didn't know existed, a small album of Bobby's baseball photos that Mom must have hidden away rather than gotten rid of. In every single one, he's wearing the exact uniform Jason described. Black hair, mustache, baseball uniform. I brought the album downstairs and set it on the coffee table in the living room. "I found these, Bobby," I said to the empty room. I felt stupid talking to nothing, but I did it anyway. That night, I woke up around 2 a.m. with the strongest urge to go to the living room. The album was still on the coffee table, but now it was open to a specific page. A photo of Bobby with his arm around Mom at one of his games, both of them smiling widely at the camera. I didn't leave it open like that. I don't tell people about any of this. How could I? But I'm absolutely certain now that Uncle Bobby was with Mom during her final days, easing her transition. And for whatever reason, he's still here watching over us. I'm not afraid anymore when I sense him in the living room. Instead, I find it comforting, like having a guardian angel in a baseball uniform. Sometimes I even say goodnight to him before I go to bed. I still don't understand why Jason could see him that day on FaceTime. It hasn't happened again since. But that moment confirmed for me that I wasn't just imagining things during those nights with Mom. There's more to this world than what we can normally see. The boundary between here and whatever comes next isn't as solid as we think. And sometimes, when we need them most, the people we've lost find ways to come back to us, to guide us, to let us know they're still around in some form. I may never fully understand what happened or why, but I know one thing for certain. My uncle's spirit was there for my mother when she needed him, and somehow he's still here, keeping an eye on the family he left behind, the baseball angel watching over us all. Story 11. I still get goosebumps typing this out. It happened last month, but feels like yesterday. I've never been one to believe in ghosts or anything supernatural, but what happened that night in my house in Ravenhollow has completely changed my perspective. I'm Eleanor, and I just turned 12 last spring. My parents both work evening shifts at the hospital 2 towns over, so I'm used to being home alone most nights. It never bothered me before. Our house is on Willow Street, where all the houses are pretty close together, and I've always felt safe here. I've got my cat Tiger, who keeps me company. He's this big orange tabby with these intelligent green eyes that always seem to know what you're thinking. That Thursday started like any normal day. I remember it was raining, one of those constant drizzles that makes everything feel gloomy. Mom left dinner in the fridge for me before heading out at 4:30. Dad had already been gone since early morning for a double shift. Nothing unusual. I heated up the lasagna Mom left, did my homework at the kitchen table while half watching some videos on my tablet. I texted with my best friend Lily about our science project until around 8:30. Just a completely normal evening. When it got dark, I locked all the doors like I always do. I double-checked them twice because Dad always says, "Better safe than sorry, Ellie." I even pulled all the curtains closed because the rain was making the windows look like black mirrors, and I hated seeing my reflection in them. Around 9:45, I decided to get ready for bed. I took a quick shower, put on my favorite blue pajamas with the star pattern, and brushed my teeth. Tiger was acting a bit weird while I was in the bathroom, pacing back and forth in front of the door, meowing louder than usual. I figured he just wanted his evening treats. I gave Tiger his treats in the kitchen, then went to my bedroom. I turned on my bedside lamp, this dolphin-shaped one my grandma got me for my birthday 2 years ago. I never sleep without it on. The soft blue light always makes me feel safer when I'm alone. I closed my bedroom door, always do that too, and got into bed with my book. I read for maybe half an hour before my eyes started getting heavy. I remember checking my phone. It was 10:38 p.m. I put my book down on the nightstand, but kept the lamp on as always. Tiger hadn't come to bed yet, which was a bit unusual, but I figured he was probably sprawled out on the living room couch. I must have dozed off for a little while. I'm not sure how long I was asleep when I started feeling different. It wasn't like waking up normally. It was more like being pulled into consciousness by something urgent. The first thing I noticed was this pressure on my chest. Not like when Tiger sleeps on me. This was different. It felt like the blankets were being pressed down onto me, but not by anything I could see. I couldn't move them. I tried to shift, but it was like they were glued to me, pinning me down. I could breathe, but each breath took effort, like the air was thicker somehow. Then I realized my bedroom was darker than it should have been. My lamp was off. I never turn off my lamp before falling asleep. Never. And my door, my bedroom door that I definitely closed, was standing wide open. The house was completely silent. No creaking, no sound of Tiger moving around. Just absolute silence that seemed to press against my ears. I tried to move my arms to reach for the lamp, but I couldn't. It wasn't that I was paralyzed exactly. I could wiggle my fingers and toes, but I couldn't make my limbs do what I wanted them to do. It was like trying to move through invisible molasses. That's when I felt it. Someone or something was watching me. I could feel eyes on me, staring at me from somewhere in the darkness. The feeling was so intense that tears started forming in my eyes. Whatever was watching me didn't feel human, and it didn't feel friendly. It felt like pure hatred directed straight at me. I tried to call out, but my voice wouldn't work. Just a pathetic little squeak came out. The pressure on my chest increased. The air in my room felt colder, heavier, like it was condensing around me. Then Tiger appeared out of nowhere. He jumped onto my bed with this fierce growl that I'd never heard from him before. His fur was all puffed up, making him look twice his size. He positioned himself right on my chest, facing the open doorway, and started hissing. Not his normal annoyed hiss, but this deep, guttural sound that didn't even sound like it was coming from a cat. The moment Tiger jumped on me, the pressure lessened enough that I could move a little. I managed to reach out with a shaking hand and fumble for the lamp switch. I couldn't find it at first, my fingers brushing uselessly against the cool ceramic. Then suddenly, before I even touched the switch, the lamp turned on by itself. The soft blue light filled my bedroom, but instead of feeling relieved, my fear spiked even higher. Because Tiger wasn't looking at my bedroom doorway anymore. He had turned his attention to something else. He jumped off my bed and positioned himself in the doorway, his back arched, fur standing straight up, tail puffed to 3 times its normal size. He was staring fixedly at something in the living room, specifically the corner where our TV sits. That corner should have been at least partially lit from my bedroom lamp, but it wasn't. It remained completely pitch black, like a piece of the darkness had solidified there. The blackness seemed deeper than normal darkness, like it was absorbing the light around it. And it felt alive. I know how crazy that sounds, but that's the only way I can describe it. The darkness had a presence, a weight to it. I could feel hatred and anger radiating from it. And something else. Hunger. Like it wanted something from me. Tiger kept hissing at this dark corner, occasionally taking a small step forward as if daring it to come closer, then backing up again. He was protecting me. I've never been more certain of anything in my life. I was completely terrified. Every instinct in my body was screaming at me to run, but I couldn't move. Not because of the pressure anymore, that was gone, but from pure, paralyzing fear. I couldn't take my eyes off that unnatural darkness in the corner of my living room. With trembling hands, I reached for my phone on the nightstand. I had to call someone. My fingers were shaking so badly I dropped the phone twice before I could dial. I called my Uncle Pete, who lives just 3 streets over. I couldn't even get words out when he answered. I just started crying. "Eleanor, what's wrong?" he asked. "Please come." I managed to choke out between sobs. "Please come right now. There's something in the house." Uncle Pete must have heard the terror in my voice because he didn't ask questions. "I'm coming right now. Stay on the phone with me." I could hear him grabbing his keys, the sound of his front door opening and closing. He asked. "No," I whispered, not taking my eyes off that corner. "Just hurry." He kept talking to me, asking if I could see anyone in the house, if I'd heard someone break in. I couldn't explain what was happening. How do you tell someone there's a patch of evil darkness in your living room? "Should I get out of bed?" I whispered. "No," Uncle Pete said firmly. "If you think someone's in the house, Stay exactly where you are. I'm 2 minutes away." Those 2 minutes were the longest of my life. Tiger never moved from his protective position, never stopped hissing at the darkness, and the darkness never moved either, but somehow it seemed to be getting stronger, more defined, like it was gathering itself for something. Then I heard Uncle Pete's car pull into our driveway, the slam of his car door, his footsteps running up to our front door. I heard him calling my name as he used his spare key to let himself in. The moment Uncle Pete's key turned in the lock, the darkness in the corner just disappeared. Not faded, disappeared. 1 second it was there, this solid patch of blackness, and the next it was gone. The corner looked completely normal, lit by my bedroom lamp like it should have been all along. Tiger immediately stopped hissing. His fur was still puffed up, but he turned and looked toward the front door as Uncle Pete burst in. "Eleanor!" Uncle Pete called, flicking on the living room lights. "Where are you?" "In my bedroom," I called back, my voice breaking. Uncle Pete rushed in and found me still huddled in my bed, blankets pulled up to my chin, tears streaming down my face. Tiger had jumped back on the bed and was pressing himself against me, purring loudly now as if trying to comfort me. "What happened?" Uncle Pete asked, sitting on the edge of my bed. "Did someone try to break in?" I tried to explain, about waking up to the pressure, the door being open, the lamp turning off and then on by itself, the darkness in the corner. As I spoke, I could see the concern and confusion on Uncle Pete's face. "The house was all locked up when I got here," he said gently. "All the windows are secure too." "I know," I said. "It wasn't a person. It was something else." Uncle Pete looked over at the corner I'd pointed to, then back at me. I could tell he didn't believe me, not entirely, but he could see how genuinely terrified I was. "Why don't you get dressed and come stay at my place tonight?" he suggested. "We can sort this out in the morning." I couldn't even get out of bed to get dressed. The fear that whatever was in that corner would return the moment Uncle Pete turned his back was overwhelming. In the end, he got my overnight bag from my closet, packed some clothes for me, and I just put my coat on over my pajamas. Tiger came with us. Uncle Pete didn't even question bringing him along, though he's allergic. I slept on Uncle Pete's couch with Tiger curled protectively next to me. Uncle Pete called my parents at the hospital to let them know where I was, saying only that I'd gotten scared alone in the house. The next day, my parents came to get me. They were concerned, but also slightly skeptical. Dad checked the whole house, looked at all the locks, the electrical system, thinking maybe a power surge had affected my lamp. Mom suggested I'd had a nightmare, but it wasn't a nightmare. I know what I saw, I know what I felt. It's been just over a month now. I'm still sleeping in my parents' room. I can't bring myself to sleep in my bedroom again, even though nothing strange has happened since. Tiger still acts weird sometimes, staring at empty corners of rooms, his tail puffing up for no reason. He refuses to go near that corner of the living room. My parents have been patient, but I can tell they think I'll get over it soon. They don't understand. How could they? They weren't there. They didn't feel that malevolent presence, that pure hatred directed at me. The thing that keeps me up at night isn't just the memory of what happened. It's the certainty that whatever was in my house that night would have hurt me, maybe even killed me, if Tiger hadn't been there. And the worst part, I don't know why it came, or if it will come back. I still don't know what it was, a ghost, a demon, something else entirely. All I know is that it was real, it was evil, and for some reason, it wanted me. And sometimes, when I'm alone, I still feel like something is watching me from the shadows, waiting for another chance. Story 12. I've never told anyone this story outside my immediate family, not because I didn't think people would believe me, but because even now, over 20 years later, typing these words makes my hands tremble. Some memories stay buried for a reason. I was only 3 when Mom and I moved to Winchester. Dad had left us the year before, and Mum needed a fresh start somewhere quiet where she could afford rent on her teaching salary. Winchester seemed perfect, historic, charming, and far enough from our old life that we could pretend the divorce never happened. The apartment complex wasn't anything special, just a 3-story red brick building from the 1970s with about 12 units. We were on the second floor, apartment 2C. It had 2 bedrooms, a small living room with a bay window that overlooked a playground, and a kitchen with outdated appliances. Mom tried to make it homey with thrift store furniture and framed pictures. I still remember the sunflower curtains she hung in my bedroom. She thought they'd make the room cheerful. They didn't help. The night terrors started about 3 weeks after we moved in. I don't remember the first one clearly. I was only 3 after all. But Mom told me years later that she'd never heard me scream like that before. She found me sitting bolt upright in bed, pointing at the corner of my room, my face white with terror. According to Mom, I kept saying, "The dark man is watching me." When she turned on the lights and showed me there was nothing there, I wouldn't believe her. I was inconsolable. This became our routine. Almost every night at exactly 3 a.m., I would wake up screaming. Mom would rush in, turn on the lights, hold me, and try to convince me there was nothing in my room. But I knew better. Something was there, watching me. I could feel it. The digital alarm clock on my nightstand became my enemy. I'd watch the numbers change, dreading the moment they would read 3. Sometimes I'd try to stay awake, but a 3-year-old can only fight sleep for so long. Mom took me to pediatricians who suggested nightlights, keeping the door open, even child psychologists who said it was probably related to the divorce. Nothing helped. This went on for 2 years. 2 years of interrupted sleep, of terror, of Mom looking more exhausted each morning. She never complained, though. Not once. She'd just make her coffee a little stronger and get us both ready for the day, her to teach 4th grade, me to preschool, and later kindergarten. Then something changed. The night after my 5th birthday, I woke up at 3 a.m. as usual. But this time, I didn't scream. Some instinct, some primal part of my brain told me to stay quiet, to wait, to listen. I lay there, eyes wide open, staring at the ceiling. The only light in the room came from the green numbers on my alarm clock. 3 a.m. exactly. The apartment was completely silent except for the soft hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen and the occasional car passing on the street below. Then I heard it, the sound of my doorknob turning, slowly, deliberately. My breath caught in my throat. Mum always knocked, even when she checked on me during the night terrors. She never just opened the door. The door creaked open, just a few inches at first, then wider. I couldn't see who or what was opening it from where I lay. I wanted to call for Mom, but something told me, screamed at me, to stay silent. I heard it before I saw anything, a soft sound, like fabric dragging across carpet. Something was moving into my room. I could feel the air change, becoming heavier, colder. Every instinct told me not to look, not to turn my head toward the door. Whatever was there would be worse if I acknowledged it. So I lay perfectly still, eyes fixed on the ceiling, then the wall, anywhere but the door. My heart was pounding so hard I was sure it would hear it. The dragging sound continued, moving around the perimeter of my room. It was circling me, I realized, like a predator. I don't know how long it went on. Time doesn't work right when you're terrified. It could have been minutes or hours. Eventually, the dragging sound stopped at the foot of my bed. I could feel something watching me, studying me. The air felt so heavy I could barely breathe. Then, without warning, my bedroom door slammed shut with such force that the sunflower curtains rippled from the gust of air. I lay there, frozen, until the numbers on my clock changed to 5:17. Only then did I allow myself to breathe normally, to pull the covers over my head, and to cry silently until morning came. When Mom came to wake me for kindergarten, I asked her if she'd checked on me during the night. "No, sweetie, you didn't have a nightmare last night, so I let you sleep. I'm so proud of you." She smiled. obviously relieved that maybe the night terrors were finally ending. That's when I knew. Whatever had been in my room wasn't Mom. It wasn't anyone who lived in our apartment. And it had finally decided to do more than just watch. I didn't tell Mom what happened. I was 5, and even then, I knew it would scare her. Instead, I asked if I could sleep with my door open from now on. She agreed, probably thinking it was a reasonable compromise after 2 years of night terrors. But the open door didn't help. In fact, things got worse. Around this time, Mom decided we should get a pet. She thought it might help me feel more secure. Since our apartment didn't allow dogs or cats, she bought a fish tank and set it up in the living room. Mom had always been good with fish. Before I was born, she kept elaborate tropical tanks. She knew all about water chemistry, filters, cycling tanks properly. This wasn't a little goldfish bowl. It was a proper 20-gallon setup with live plants and carefully selected compatible species. The fish started dying within days. All of them. Mom was baffled. She tested the water parameters, checked the temperature, made sure the filter was working properly. Everything was perfect, yet every morning we'd find another fish floating at the surface. She tried again with different species. Same result. The third time she was determined to figure out what was wrong. She did everything by the book, even more meticulously than before. The tank was running beautifully for a week with no fish, just plants and proper cycling. Then she added just 3 small tetras to start. The next day we came home from school and worked to find all 3 tetras dead. Not just dead, they looked almost mummified, like they'd been dead for weeks, not hours. The water was cloudy and had a foul smell that filled the apartment. Mom stared at the tank for a long time, then unplugged it and emptied it. She never mentioned getting another pet. The night visits continued, always at 3 a.m., always with the door opening, even when I'd closed and locked it before bed. Always with that dragging sound circling my room. I learned to lie still, to keep my eyes fixed on the wall, to pretend I was asleep. One night, about 6 months after the first visit, I woke up at 2:59 a.m. The numbers on my clock changed to 3 hours, and I braced myself for the sound of the doorknob, but it didn't come. Instead, I felt a cold spot directly above me. Against every instinct, I looked up. Hovering over my bed was the darkest black I've ever seen. It wasn't just dark, like nighttime dark or shadow dark. It was like a hole in reality, a place where light couldn't exist. It was roughly person-shaped, but bigger, almost filling the space between my bed and the ceiling. And it was looking at me. I couldn't see eyes or a face, but I knew it was looking at me. I screamed. I screamed louder than I ever had during my night terrors. I screamed for Mom with everything I had. She burst into my room seconds later, flipping on the light switch. I was pointing at the ceiling, still screaming. And then I saw something I'll never forget. Mom's face changing from concerned to terrified as she looked where I was pointing. She saw it too. Even with the lights on, the black mass was still there, still hovering, still watching. Mom didn't hesitate. She grabbed me, wrapped me in my blanket, and ran with me to her room. She slammed the door shut and put me on her bed, then wedged a chair under the doorknob. "Don't look at it," she kept saying. "Don't look at it, Evelyn." We huddled together in her bed, under her comforter, until we both fell into an exhausted sleep just before dawn. The next morning, Mom called in sick to work and kept me home from kindergarten. She spent the day making phone calls. By the end of the week, we were moving to an apartment in Arlington, about 15 minutes away. Mum broke our lease, forfeited our security deposit, everything. She just wanted us out. We never talked about what happened in that apartment. Not really. Life went on. I stopped having night terrors. Mum seemed happier. We both pretended the Winchester apartment was just a bad dream. It wasn't until I was in college that I finally asked her about it. We were having lunch, just the 2 of us, when I brought it up. "Mom, do you remember the apartment in Winchester, when I used to have night terrors?" Her fork paused halfway to her mouth. She set it down slowly. Of course I remember. That last night when I saw the black thing above my bed, you saw it too, didn't you? She was quiet for so long I thought she wasn't going to answer. Then she nodded just once. Yes. What was it? I don't know, Evelyn. I really don't. But whatever it wasn't natural. She picked up her fork again, signaling the end of the conversation. We got out. That's what matters. But we didn't really get out. Not completely. Because to this day, even in my own home with my husband sleeping beside me, I still wake up sometimes at exactly 3 a.m. And for just a second, before I realize where and when I am, I feel it again. That weight of being watched, that certainty that something is in the room with me. I never look up anymore. Some things once seen can't be unseen. And some things I suspect are just waiting for you to look at them again. Story 13. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened that night at Pinecrest. I've been trying to make sense of it for months now, but I just can't explain it. I'm 14, and I've never believed in ghosts or anything like that before, but after what happened, I don't know what to believe anymore. So I was in my bedroom at our apartment. It's this old building on the edge of town called Pinecrest Apartments. Not the nicest place, but it's been home since Mom had to take that job overseas. It's just been me and my brother Tyler living there. He's 18 and supposed to be responsible for me, but most of the time he's just doing his own thing. That evening started like any other. It was around 7:30 p.m. and I was sitting on the floor playing FIFA on my PS4 with my buddy Kevin. We had our headsets on, talking trash to each other like we always do. Tyler was at his desk across the room, doing homework or whatever. My bed was on the other side of the room. I could see it from where I was sitting, but I wasn't paying much attention to it. I had these mini football goals leaning against the wall next to my bed. They're the collapsible kind that fold up when you're not using them. I'd played with them earlier that day and just left them there folded up against the wall. I remember I was winning the game 3-1 when I heard this sound. At first, it was just this faint scratching noise that I thought might be coming from outside, but then it got louder. It was this violent scratching and rattling that made me freeze in the middle of the game. I looked over at my bed, and I swear my heart stopped for a second. The mini football goals were shaking, not just vibrating a little, but moving side to side with this crazy force. It was like someone was grabbing them and violently throwing them from side to side, but there was nobody there. The metal frame was hitting against the wall, making this horrible, scraping sound. What the fuck? I remember saying into my headset, completely forgetting I was in the middle of a game. Kevin kept asking what was happening, but I couldn't even answer him. I looked over at Tyler, and he was already staring at the goals with this pale, shocked expression. He slowly stood up from his chair, his eyes not leaving the goals for a second. The scary part wasn't just that they were moving, it was how they were moving. It wasn't like when the washing machine vibrates or when a train passes by and things rattle a bit. This was deliberate, aggressive movement, like something was trying to get our attention. For about 10 seconds, which felt like forever, these goals just shook violently, then they just stopped. Not slowed down gradually like you'd expect with anything natural. They just instantly stopped moving. 1 second they were going crazy, the next they were completely still. The sudden silence was almost as scary as the noise. I remember dropping my controller and just sitting there, trying to process what had just happened. Kevin was still yelling in my ear through the headset, asking what was going on, but I just took it off and put it down. "Did you see that?" I asked Tyler, my voice all shaky. Tyler nodded, looking as freaked out as I felt. "What the hell was that?" he said, still staring at the now motionless goals. "I don't know," I said. We both just sat there for a minute, like we were afraid to move. Then we both started talking at once, trying to explain it away. We live near train tracks, so at first we thought maybe it was a passing train. But that didn't make sense. Why would only the goals move? Everything else in the room stayed perfectly still. My trophies on the shelf right next to the goals didn't even rattle. My backpack leaning against the wall didn't move an inch. Tyler went over to the goals and tried to recreate what had happened. He pushed them side to side, but they just moved slowly and without any of that violent energy we'd just witnessed. There was no way either of us could make them move like that without physically grabbing and shaking them. Maybe it was an earthquake, I suggested, knowing how stupid that sounded even as I said it. Tyler just gave me this look like, "Really, dude?" We checked our phones to see if anyone was reporting an earthquake, but there was nothing. Plus, again, why would only the goals move? The worst part was, this wasn't even our first weird experience in that apartment. About 3 weeks before, I'd woken up in the middle of the night to use the bathroom. Our hallway is always dark because the light bulb burns out like every 2 weeks, and we hadn't replaced it again yet. As I walked toward the bathroom, I saw something that made my blood run cold. In the darkest corner of the hallway, where it bends toward the kitchen, I saw this figure. It was tall and impossibly skinny, like someone who'd been stretched out. I couldn't see any features, just this black silhouette. But I could feel it watching me. I stood there frozen, afraid to move or even breathe. Then it moved toward my bedroom door, not walking but almost gliding. I watched as the door handle to my room bent down, and the door slowly closed with this quiet click. I ran back to my room and woke up Tyler, crying and babbling about what I'd seen. He thought I was just having a nightmare, but I know what I saw. After the football goals incident, Tyler finally believed me. We sat on his bed for hours that night, too scared to sleep, trying to come up with logical explanations. We eventually decided to search the entire apartment, checking every closet, under every bed, behind every door. We even checked the balcony and made sure all the windows were locked. Nothing. No intruders, no explanation. I kept thinking about that tall, skinny figure I'd seen in the hallway. Was it the same thing that had moved my football goals? The thought made me sick to my stomach. "We need to tell someone," I said to Tyler. "Who? Mom's halfway across the world, and what are we going to say? That we have a ghost?" Tyler shook his head. "They'll think we're crazy or playing a prank." He was right. Who would believe us? We barely believed it ourselves. That night, we both slept in the living room with all the lights on. Neither of us wanted to be alone. I don't think I actually slept more than an hour or two. Every little sound made me jump. The refrigerator humming, the pipes creaking, the wind outside the windows. I kept imagining that tall, skinny figure standing over us in the darkness. The next morning, we tried to act normal, like nothing had happened. But everything felt different. The apartment that had been our home for the past year suddenly felt alien and threatening. I found myself avoiding looking down the hallway or into dark corners. Even during daylight, I felt like something was watching us. Tyler started researching the history of Pinecrest Apartments online. He found out it was built in the 1970s, but there wasn't anything particularly sinister in its past. No murders or tragic deaths that we could find. Just a regular, slightly run-down apartment building on the edge of town. We considered talking to our neighbors, but we barely knew them. Plus, what would we say? "Hey, has anything in your apartment ever moved by itself?" We'd sound insane. The days after the incident were tense. We kept waiting for something else to happen, jumping at every sound. Tyler started spending more time at his girlfriend's place, leaving me alone in the apartment more often. I hated being there by myself, especially as it got dark. I'd invite friends over as much as possible or go to their houses instead. About a week after the goals incident, I was home alone finishing some homework. It was around 6 p.m., still light outside but getting darker. I had music playing from my phone to fill the silence of the empty apartment. That's when I felt it, this sudden drop in temperature. It wasn't subtle either. 1 second I was fine, the next I was freezing. I could see my breath in front of my face, like it was the middle of winter instead of September. The music on my phone started to skip and distort, the sound becoming warped and slowed down. Then it just stopped altogether. Even though my phone was still on and showing the song was playing, that feeling of being watched came back, stronger than ever. The hair on my arms stood up, and I felt this pressure in the room, like when your ears pop at high altitude, but worse. Something was there with me. I couldn't see it, but I could feel it. I ran out of the apartment without even grabbing my jacket or phone. I just bolted down the stairs and out to the parking lot, where I sat on the curb, shaking until Tyler came home an hour later. I told him what happened, and for once, he didn't try to explain it away or tell me I was imagining things. He looked scared too. That night, we stayed at his girlfriend's place. I slept on their couch, but it was the first full night's sleep I'd had since the goals moved. The next day, Tyler went back to the apartment to get some clothes while I waited in the car. He was only in there for maybe 5 minutes before he came running back out, his face white as a sheet. He jumped in the car and locked the doors immediately. "What happened?" I asked, already feeling that cold dread spreading through my chest. "I heard whispering," he said, starting the car with shaking hands. "Coming from our bedroom. I thought maybe someone had broken in, so I went to check, but there was nobody there. But the whispering didn't stop. It was like right in my ear. I couldn't understand what it was saying, but it sounded angry. We drove away and didn't go back for 3 days. We stayed with friends, making excuses about plumbing problems in our apartment. When we finally had to return, we were running out of clothes and Tyler had work. We went together in the middle of the day. The apartment felt different. There was this heaviness in the air, like before a thunderstorm. We grabbed what we needed as quickly as possible, not talking, just wanting to get out of there. As we were leaving, I noticed something that made my stomach drop. The football goals that had moved that night were now unfolded and set up in the middle of my room, even though I'd left them folded against the wall. Tyler saw it too. Without a word, we both just ran out, slamming the door behind us. We stopped staying at the apartment altogether after that. Tyler called Mum and told her we were having maintenance issues and staying with friends until it got fixed. He didn't tell her the truth. How could he? "Hey, Mom, our apartment is haunted by some kind of entity that moves things and whispers." She would have thought we were making it up to get attention. The only good thing was that I was already scheduled to move to another country to live with Mom in a couple of months. Tyler was planning to get his own place when our lease ended anyway. We just had to survive until then. We'd go back to the apartment during daylight hours to get things we needed, always together, never staying longer than we had to. Each time, something would be different. Furniture slightly moved, doors we'd left closed would be open, things we'd put away would be out. The last time I went back there was 2 weeks ago. We needed to get some paperwork for my international move. It was around noon, bright sunlight streaming through the windows, but the apartment still felt dark somehow. We were in the living room when we heard it, the same violent scratching and shaking from that first night coming from my bedroom. We looked at each other, and without saying a word, we both ran for the front door. As we reached it, I swear I felt something cold brush against the back of my neck, like fingers trying to grab me. We haven't been back since. Tyler arranged for a moving company to pack up our stuff next week. I'm leaving for Mom's in 3 days. Tyler's staying with his girlfriend until he finds a new place. I still don't know what was in that apartment with us. I don't know why it started moving things or whispering or standing in our hallway at night. All I know is that it was real and it was getting stronger, more aggressive. Whatever it was, it didn't want us there, and now it's getting its wish. Sometimes I still wake up in the middle of the night feeling like I'm being watched. I turn on all the lights and check every corner, even though I'm not at Pinecrest anymore. I can't shake the feeling that maybe it followed us, that maybe distance won't be enough to escape it. I'm hoping that once I'm halfway across the world, I'll finally feel safe again. But part of me wonders if that's even possible. Because once you've experienced something like this, once you know for certain that there are things in this world that can't be explained. You never really feel completely safe again. Story 14. I've never shared this with anyone outside my immediate family, but I need to get this off my chest. Maybe writing it down will help me process it, even after all these years. This happened about 4 years ago when I was living in Oakwood Drive, in those apartments at the very edge of town. You know, the ones right before you hit that weird section where there's nothing but empty fields for a mile. I had just gotten divorced about 8 months earlier and was trying to figure out my new life as a single mum with my son, who was only 2 at the time. His dad wasn't completely out of the picture, but he'd moved about an hour away for work and only saw our son every other weekend. So it was mostly just me and my little guy in that 2-bedroom apartment. I was working full-time at this insurance office downtown, doing data entry and basic admin stuff. Nothing glamorous, but it paid the bills. Barely. Everything was pretty normal until one Monday morning when I got to work and everyone was talking about this guy who had escaped from the psychiatric ward at Memorial Hospital over the weekend. It took me a minute to recognize the name, but when I saw his picture on the local news website someone was showing around, I realized I knew him from high school. He wasn't someone I hung out with. He was one of those popular athlete types from a wealthy family on the north side of town. I was more of a middle-of-the-road kid who stuck with my small group of friends. But I remembered him. The weird thing was, in high school, he seemed totally normal. Like, genuinely happy and well-adjusted. Not the type of person you'd expect to end up in a psychiatric facility. I guess you never really know what's going on with people. Anyway, I didn't think much of it until later that week when my co-worker Jen mentioned they'd spotted him near Creek Road. That's when I felt that first little twinge of uneasiness, because Creek Road is pretty close to my apartment complex. Still, I figured the chances of him showing up at my specific door were astronomically small. I mean, why would he? We barely knew each other back then, and I doubt he'd even remember me. About 3 days later, the news reported that he'd broken into a house on Elm Street, which is literally just 2 streets over from my complex. Apparently, he'd been sleeping in their attic for several days before the family noticed anything strange. They only realized someone had been there when they found food missing from their kitchen and heard footsteps when nobody should have been home. By the time police arrived, he was gone. That's when I started to get genuinely scared. At work the next day, this jerk Mark from accounting made some stupid joke about how the guy might break into my apartment next, since I live so close by. Everyone laughed, including me, but it wasn't actually funny. I couldn't stop thinking about it. That night, I put my son to bed around 8 like usual. His room was upstairs. I had the master bedroom upstairs too, and downstairs was just the living room, kitchen, and a half bath. After he fell asleep, I went downstairs to watch some mindless reality TV and fold laundry. Our living room had these sliding glass doors that led out to a small patio and then a grassy common area. I usually kept the curtains open until I went to bed because I liked being able to see outside. It was around 11:30 p.m. when I first heard it, a dull thump from somewhere in the apartment. The kind of noise that makes you pause your show and listen more carefully. At first, I thought it might be my son. Maybe he'd rolled out of bed or something, so I went upstairs to check on him, but he was fast asleep, clutching his favorite stuffed dinosaur. I stood there for a minute, watching him breathe, telling myself I was being paranoid. It was probably just the neighbors, or maybe the building settling. Our apartments weren't exactly high-quality construction. When I came back downstairs, I sat on the couch again, but didn't turn the TV back on. I was listening for any other strange sounds. That's when I saw it, a shadow passing by the glass doors. Just a quick movement, but unmistakably the silhouette of a person walking past outside. I froze completely. My heart started hammering so hard I could feel it in my throat. I told myself it was probably just a neighbor taking a late-night walk, but deep down, I knew that wasn't it. because a few seconds later the shadow passed by again in the opposite direction, like someone pacing back and forth in front of my door. I couldn't move. I couldn't even breathe properly. I was just sitting there, staring at the glass doors, waiting for the shadow to reappear. And it did, moving more slowly this time, then stopping directly in front of the door. The silhouette was definitely a man, tall and kind of lanky. I couldn't make out any features because it was too dark outside, but I could see enough to know someone was standing there, looking in at me. Then the door handle rattled, not violently but deliberately, like someone testing to see if it was locked. Thank God I had locked it earlier. I always did after putting my son to bed. I was still completely frozen, trying to decide if I should run upstairs, grab my son and lock ourselves in the bathroom, or if I should call 911 right away. But before I could do anything, my son started crying upstairs. It wasn't a full-on wail, just that whimpery cry kids make when they're half asleep but uncomfortable. The second my son made that noise, the rattling stopped. The shadow stayed still for what felt like forever, but was probably only a few seconds. Then it moved away quickly and disappeared. I finally managed to unfreeze myself and ran upstairs to my son's room. I scooped him up, still half asleep, and took him to my bedroom. I locked the door, pushed my dresser in front of it, and called 911 with shaking hands. The police came about 15 minutes later. They searched the area, but didn't find anyone. They checked the grass outside my patio for footprints, but said the ground was too dry to show anything clearly. The officer looked at me with this expression that I couldn't quite read, like he believed me, but also thought I might be exaggerating because of the recent break-in news. "Mom, did you actually see anyone trying to get in, or just a shadow?" he asked. And I felt so stupid trying to explain that yes, it was just a shadow, but I knew someone was there. I knew someone had tried the door handle. They said they'd patrol the area more frequently that night, but basically left me with a "call us if anything else happens." I didn't sleep at all. I just sat in my bed with my son beside me, staring at my bedroom door, jumping at every little sound. The next day, I called in sick to work and spent the day installing an extra lock on the glass doors, one of those bar locks that wedges under the door handle. I also bought thicker curtains that same day, the blackout kind that no one can see through. I kept my son home from daycare too. I couldn't bear to let him out of my sight. For the next few weeks, I was a complete wreck. I'd jump at every sound. I started sleeping with a baseball bat beside my bed. I never sat in the living room after dark anymore. If I had to go downstairs at night, I'd turn on every light in the house first. About a month later, they finally caught the guy who'd escaped. He was in a town about 2 hours away, just wandering around a grocery store parking lot. They took him back to the hospital and apparently put him under 24/7 supervision. When I saw his new mugshot on the news, he looked nothing like the person I remembered from high school. His eyes were vacant, his face gaunt. It was like looking at a completely different person. After they caught him, I started to feel a little safer, but I still couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I kept all my new security measures in place. I never opened those curtains after sunset again. I never found out for sure if it was him outside my apartment that night. The police never confirmed it. It could have been him, or it could have been some random creep, or maybe even just a confused drunk neighbor. But in my gut, I've always felt it was him. Something about the deliberate way that shadow moved, the careful testing of the handle. It wasn't random. It felt purposeful. About 6 months later, I moved out of that apartment and eventually out of that town completely. I just couldn't handle living there anymore, jumping at every shadow and noise. My son doesn't remember any of it, thankfully. He was too young. But I still think about that night all the time. I still wonder what would have happened if my son hadn't cried out when he did. Would the person have kept trying the door? Would they have found another way in? Would they have given up and moved on to an easier target? The thing that haunts me most is that brief moment when the shadow stood completely still after hearing my son cry, like they were considering something, deciding something, and whatever they decided led them to walk away instead of continuing to try to get in. I've gone over it 1,000 times in my head, and I still don't understand why they left so suddenly. Was it because they realized there was a child in the house? Or because they knew the crying might wake up neighbors? Or did they recognize my son's voice specifically for some reason? I'll probably never know for sure. But to this day, I triple-check all my locks before bed. I have a security system now that I couldn't afford back then. And I still can't sleep with the curtains open, not even a crack, no matter how hot it gets in the summer. Sometimes I wonder if I overreacted to the whole thing, if maybe it really was just a neighbor or someone who got the wrong apartment. But then I remember the deliberate way that handle rattled, and I know in my heart that whoever was out there that night wanted to get in. And I'm still not sure why they didn't try harder or come back another night. I guess I should be grateful they didn't. But part of me still wishes I knew who it was and what they wanted. That uncertainty is almost worse than knowing for sure. The police reports are probably archived somewhere, but I've never had the courage to ask if they connected my call to the escaped patient case. I'm not sure I want to know. Sometimes it's better not having all the answers. All I know is that every time I hear about someone escaping from an institution now, my first instinct is to check all my locks and close all my curtains. Some fears never really go away. They just become part of who you are. Story 15. I never believed in ghosts or spirits growing up. Sure, I'd get creeped out watching horror movies like anyone else, but I always thought there was a logical explanation for everything. That changed after we moved into our house in Pinewood last month. Some background about me: I've had nyctophobia, fear of the dark, since I was a kid. When I was 8, my babysitter thought it would be funny to lock me in a dark basement for just a minute, as a joke. That minute turned into over an hour because she got distracted by a phone call. I still remember the absolute terror, feeling like something was going to grab me from the darkness. Since then, I can't sleep in complete darkness. My fiancé, Mike, has been really understanding about it. We keep white Christmas lights strung around our bedroom, just enough to see outlines of furniture, but dim enough that he can sleep. Speaking of Mike, that man could sleep through the apocalypse. I swear, he could fall asleep upside down in the middle of a horror movie with the volume cranked up. It's both annoying and oddly comforting. At least one of us gets a good night's sleep. We were so excited about our new place. It's a small 3-bedroom house with a nice yard for our German short-haired pointer, Baxter. Nothing special or historic about it, just a regular house built in the early 2000s. No creepy backstory, no deaths we know of, just a normal suburban home in a quiet neighborhood. Everything was fine for the first couple days after moving in. We were exhausted from unpacking, so I was actually sleeping better than usual. Then it happened. It was our 3rd night in the house. I woke up around 3 a.m. needing to pee. Classic midnight bathroom trip. After using the bathroom, I came back to bed but couldn't fall back asleep. I have insomnia on top of my nyctophobia. Lucky me, right? So I was just lying there, staring at the ceiling, listening to Mike's soft snoring and trying to calm my racing thoughts. That's when everything changed. It wasn't a sound or a sight that alerted me first. It was a feeling. Every single nerve in my body suddenly screamed, "Danger!" You know that sensation when you're alone and suddenly feel like you're being watched? Multiply that by 1,000. My hair stood on end. Goosebumps erupted all over my skin. My mouth went dry. My heart started pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I froze, afraid to move, my eyes darting around the dimly lit room. And then I saw it, or rather, I sensed it more than saw it. There was something in the doorway of our bedroom. I couldn't make it out clearly, which was the most terrifying part. It wasn't like a solid shadow or a person standing there. It was more like mist or smoke, but with a defined shape. Kind of like a sheet draped over something, but not very tall, maybe 4 feet high. I blinked hard, thinking my eyes were playing tricks on me. When I opened them again, it wasn't in the doorway anymore. It was at the foot of our bed. It didn't walk or glide there. It just appeared, like it teleported. I started shaking uncontrollably. Every instinct was screaming at me to run, but I was paralyzed with fear. Then it moved again, this time to Mike's side of the bed, not walking, but jumping from spot to spot. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't scream. I was completely frozen watching this thing move around our bedroom. When it appeared at my side of the bed, something inside me snapped. I sat up, my terror finally breaking through the paralysis. The entity immediately moved to the foot of my bed, directly in front of me. We had this moment of confrontation. It was just there, facing me, and I was sitting up rigid with fear. Then it lunged at me. I don't know how else to describe it. It jumped onto me, or into me. The sensation was unlike anything I've ever experienced. It felt like being hit with static electricity, but all over my body at once. Like thousands of tiny pinpricks across my skin. It wasn't exactly painful, but it was intensely uncomfortable and terrifying. I managed to grab Mike's arm and shake him desperately. He woke up confused and groggy, asking what was wrong. The moment he spoke, the entity just faded away, not instantly, but like fog dissipating. By the time Mike turned on the bedside lamp, it was gone. I was hyperventilating, struggling to explain what had happened. Mike was concerned but skeptical. He checked the entire house, looked under the bed, in the closets, everywhere. Nothing. He suggested it was just a vivid nightmare. Sleep paralysis, maybe. I let him believe that because I was starting to doubt myself too. Maybe my insomnia had finally caused hallucinations. I didn't get back to sleep that night. I just lay there, clutching Mike's hand, jumping at every little sound. The next night, I took a sleeping pill. I just wanted one night of uninterrupted sleep. I was exhausted and thought maybe that had contributed to whatever happened. The pill worked. I fell asleep quickly and deeply. But at 3:12 a.m., I remember looking at the clock, I jolted awake with that same feeling of dread. That same certainty that something was in our room. This time I saw it immediately. It was different, though. More shadow than mist, darkening the corner of the room near the ceiling, not far from my side of the bed. I whispered Mike's name, but he was completely out. I reached for him, but before my hand touched his shoulder, the entity moved. It came straight at me, faster than before, and jumped onto me again. That same electric feeling washed over me, but it lasted longer this time. I could feel it through my entire body, even inside, like static in my veins. I finally managed to scream, which woke Mike. Once again, as soon as he was awake, the entity disappeared. Once again, he found nothing when he searched the house. Once again, he gently suggested I was having night terrors or sleep paralysis. But I knew what I felt. I knew what I saw. After the second night, I was genuinely afraid to go to sleep. I tried to research what might be happening to me. Sleep paralysis didn't quite fit because I could move during these episodes. I wasn't on any new medications. Our carbon monoxide detector was working properly. I even checked if our house was built near power lines or anything that could cause electromagnetic disturbances. The third night, I suggested we let Baxter sleep with us instead of in his crate. Mike thought I was being silly, but agreed. Baxter is about 60 pounds of pure muscle and energy. Not exactly a lapdog, but that night he seemed to sense my fear and settled calmly at the foot of the bed. I fell asleep with one hand on Baxter's back. When I inevitably woke up in the middle of the night, I immediately felt that now familiar sensation of being watched. But this time, something was different. The entity was there, but it was behaving differently. Instead of approaching directly, it circled our bed, moving from corner to corner of the room. What really confirmed I wasn't crazy was Baxter's reaction. He was sitting up, completely alert, his eyes following something I could barely see. He wasn't barking or growling, just watching, his body tense. He definitely saw it too. The entity continued circling, almost like it was studying us. When it finally moved toward my side of the bed, I pulled the blanket over my head like a child. It sounds ridiculous, but it was pure instinct. I felt Baxter shift closer to me, positioning himself between me and whatever was approaching. Even through the blanket, I knew when it lunged. I felt that static feeling again, but it was less intense this time, more concentrated around my face where the blanket covered me. Baxter made a low rumbling sound, not quite a growl, but definitely a warning. After a few seconds, the sensation passed. I cautiously lowered the blanket to find Baxter still alert, his eyes tracking something moving toward the door. Then he relaxed slightly, looking back at me as if to check if I was okay. The most convincing part: Baxter refused to leave the bed for the rest of the night. Even in the morning, when Mike got up to let him out for his usual bathroom break, Baxter wouldn't budge from my side. He's a high-energy dog who normally races to the door at the first hint of going outside. This was completely out of character for him. That's when Mike finally started to believe me. Not because of what I had experienced, but because of how our dog was acting. He agreed there might be something going on that we couldn't explain. The entity has returned every night since then, always around the same time. Sometimes it just watches from different corners of the room. Other times it approaches and creates that static feeling. It never appears when we have visitors staying over, and it seems less aggressive when Baxter is with us. What bothers me most is I don't know what it wants. Is it trying to communicate? Is it feeding off my fear somehow? Is it attached to me or to this house? I've experienced nothing like this during the day, just those terrifying middle-of-the-night encounters. Last night was the most intense yet. It appeared as usual, but this time it manifested more clearly, still misty and undefined, but with a more solid core. It circled the room twice before stopping at the foot of the bed. Baxter was with us again, and he stood up on the bed, placing himself directly between this thing and me. The entity seemed to study Baxter for several long moments. Then, instead of lunging at me as usual, it reached out what looked like a tendril of mist toward the dog. Baxter didn't flinch or back away. He stood his ground, and I swear I could feel the tension in the room, like electricity before a storm. Then the most bizarre thing happened. The entity withdrew its misty appendage and seemed to shrink in on itself. It moved to the corner of the room furthest from the bed and just stayed there, watching. For nearly an hour it remained in that corner while Baxter stood guard. I was too afraid to wake Mike, worried that might provoke it to action. Eventually, as the first hint of dawn appeared through our curtains, it faded away as it always does. Baxter finally lay down, exhausted from his vigil, and I broke down crying from the relief and stress. I don't know what to do. We can't afford to move right now, especially after just getting settled. I've tried sage prayers, salt lines, all the typical things people suggest online. Nothing has worked so far. The entity returns each night, though it seems more cautious now that Baxter sleeps with us regularly. I've had experiences with the unexplained before, strange coincidences, déjà vu, even sensing when a phone was about to ring. But nothing like this. Nothing so persistent and terrifying, nothing that felt so intentional. I'm writing this during the day, when I feel safe. Night will come again in a few hours, and with it I know will come my misty visitor. I've started to wonder if it's testing me, learning our routines, figuring out how to get past Baxter's protection. I don't know what happens when it jumps into me with that static feeling, but I'm afraid to find out what its ultimate goal might be. If anyone has experienced something similar, or has any advice, please help. I'm running on fumes from lack of sleep, and my fear is only growing. What is this thing, and what does it want from me? Story 16. I've never told anyone this story outside my immediate family. I'm 55 now, but even after all these years, I can recall the details as clearly as if it happened yesterday. I was 4 years old, living in Winnipeg with my parents and 2 brothers in military housing. Dad was stationed at the base there, and we'd been assigned one of those cookie-cutter bungalows that looked exactly like every other house on the block. 1-story, beige siding, small front yard, nothing remarkable about it. It was 1973, early autumn. I remember because Mom had just put up some Halloween decorations, those paper cutouts of witches and black cats you could stick on windows. Our house had a pretty standard layout. Kitchen and living room at one end, with a hallway leading to 3 bedrooms and a bathroom at the other end. The hallway wasn't long, maybe 15 feet, but to a 4-year-old, it seemed to stretch forever. That day, I'm pretty sure it was a Saturday because Dad was home. I was sitting on the floor in the hallway, playing with some small plastic soldiers. From where I sat, I could see straight into the kitchen where Mom and Dad were. Mom was making lunch, and Dad was sitting at the table reading the newspaper. My older brother Mike was outside somewhere with neighborhood kids. My baby brother Danny was taking his afternoon nap in his crib, in the room my parents used as a nursery. It was completely normal, completely ordinary. The house was quiet, except for the sounds coming from the kitchen. Mom chopping vegetables, the radio playing softly, Dad turning the pages of his newspaper. I remember feeling safe, content, just a kid playing with his toys. I glanced up from my soldiers and looked down the hallway toward the bedrooms. The door to my parents' room was partially open. Mike's and my room was closed, and the nursery door was cracked just enough that Mum could hear if Danny woke up. That's when I saw it. From my parents' bedroom doorway, an arm slowly extended into the hallway. Not a normal arm, a skeletal arm. Just bones, no flesh, no muscle, no skin. It moved horizontally, perfectly level with my eyeline as I sat there on the floor. It came out slowly, deliberately, the bony fingers slightly curled, the joints moving naturally as it reached further and further into the hallway. The bones weren't white, like you'd see in a classroom skeleton or a Halloween decoration. They were yellowed, almost amber-colored, with slight discolorations in places. They looked authentic, not plastic or fake. The arm extended until the elbow was just about to become visible from the doorway. Then it paused. I didn't move. I didn't scream. I didn't run. I just stared at it, oddly fascinated rather than terrified. After what seemed like forever, but was probably only a few seconds, the arm began to retreat, moving backward exactly as it had come, with the same slow, deliberate motion. It disappeared back into my parents' bedroom. The whole thing probably lasted less than 30 seconds, but time felt stretched, elastic somehow. I remember noticing details I shouldn't have been able to process at 4 years old. How the bones looked solid, substantial. How the movement was smooth and controlled, not jerky like someone holding a prop. How it seemed to have purpose, like it was showing itself to me intentionally. I knew no one else was in that part of the house. Mike was outside. Danny was in his crib in the nursery. My parents were right there in the kitchen where I could see them. And we definitely didn't have any anatomical skeletons or bone replicas in our house. My dad wasn't into that kind of thing, and Mom would have never allowed it. What strikes me most in retrospect is my lack of fear. I should have been terrified. I was 4, seeing something impossible, but instead I felt a strange sense of calm. It wasn't threatening me. It was, I don't know, acknowledging me, making itself known. After it disappeared, I went back to playing with my soldiers. I didn't tell my parents, not that day, not the next day, not for years. I'm not sure why. Maybe because I sensed they wouldn't believe me, or maybe because, even at 4, I somehow understood this was something beyond normal explanation. We lived in that house for another year before Dad got transferred to a base in Ontario. I never saw the skeletal arm again, though I remember lying awake many nights, staring at our bedroom doorway, half expecting, half hoping to see it reappear. It wasn't until I was in my 20s that I asked my parents if they'd ever experienced anything strange in the Winnipeg house. Mum looked confused and said no. Everything had been perfectly normal there. Dad was more thoughtful. He mentioned that when we first moved in, his commanding officer had told him the previous occupant had been a soldier who died during a peacekeeping mission overseas. Dad hadn't thought much about it at the time. Military housing units changed hands frequently, and he wasn't the superstitious type. That information gave me chills. Could the arm I saw have belonged to the deceased soldier? Was he trying to communicate something? Or was it just some random manifestation, a bleed-through from whatever exists beyond our understanding of reality? I tried researching the history of our old housing unit a few years back, hoping to find information about the soldier who lived there before us. Military records from that period aren't easily accessible, especially for someone like me with no official reason to request them. I hit nothing but dead ends. As an adult, I've considered all the rational explanations. Could it have been a trick of light and shadow? No, the detail was too specific, too three-dimensional. Could it have been my imagination? Possibly, but the memory has remained too vivid, too consistent over the decades. Could my brother have been playing a prank? Absolutely not. Mike was outside, and even if he'd somehow sneaked back in, we didn't own anything remotely resembling a realistic skeletal arm. I've spent years trying to understand what I saw that day. I'm not particularly spiritual or religious. I don't read ghost stories or watch paranormal shows. I'm a mechanical engineer with a pretty grounded worldview, but I know what I saw, and I know it wasn't normal. The experience has made me question what we truly understand about reality. If a 4-year-old can witness something that defies explanation, what else might exist beyond our perception? What thin boundaries separate our world from whatever else is out there? I've told my wife and my own children about it. My wife believes me. She says she can see in my eyes that I'm telling the truth about what I experienced. My kids were fascinated when they were younger, less so now that they're adults themselves. I think they see it as Dad's weird childhood story, rather than something that fundamentally challenges our understanding of reality. Sometimes I wonder if the skeletal visitor was trying to tell me something specific. Was there a message I was too young to comprehend? Or was it simply making itself known, showing a child whose mind wasn't yet fully constrained by society's definitions of what's possible, that there's more to existence than what we typically perceive? I've had a normal life since then. College, career, marriage, kids. No other paranormal experiences, no psychic abilities. Nothing that would mark me as someone attuned to the supernatural. Just that one encounter, that one impossible moment that stayed with me for over 50 years. Last year, I had to go to Winnipeg for a work conference. I took an extra day and drove to our old neighborhood. The military housing was still there, though it had been renovated extensively. Our old unit had new siding, new windows, a different front door. I sat in my rental car across the street for nearly an hour, just staring at it, wondering if the current occupants had ever seen anything unusual. I thought about knocking on the door, introducing myself, asking questions. But what would I say? "Excuse me. Has a skeletal arm ever emerged from your bedroom doorway?" I'd sound deranged, so I drove away, leaving the mystery unsolved, as it probably always will be. I'm not looking for explanations or validation by sharing this. I know what I saw. I know it was real. What I struggle with even now is understanding what it means. Was it just a random supernatural occurrence, or was there purpose behind it? Was I specifically chosen to witness it, or was I simply in the right place at the right time? These are questions I'll probably never have answers to. Sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep, I find myself staring at my own bedroom doorway, half expecting to see that yellowed skeletal arm slowly extending, acknowledging me once again. It never happens, but part of me wishes it would. Not out of morbid curiosity, but because maybe as an adult I'd understand what the 4-year-old me could not. The world has enough unexplained phenomena that I know I'm not alone in experiencing something beyond conventional explanation. But this was my encounter, my glimpse behind the curtain of everyday reality. And while it didn't change the course of my life or give me special insight into the afterlife, it did instill in me a certainty that there are things in this world, or perhaps alongside this world, that we don't yet understand. I'm still that 4-year-old boy sometimes, sitting in the hallway, watching in silent wonder as something impossible manifests before my eyes. And I'm still waiting to understand why. Story 17. I've been holding this in for almost a year now, and I need to get it off my chest. I've read similar experiences here, so I'm hoping someone might understand what happened to me. Last February, I was working late at Emerson Research Center, where I'm a lab technician. Nothing fancy, just routine sample processing for the medical research department. The facility is pretty big, with 3 floors of labs, offices and storage areas. I was on the 2nd floor, finishing up some cell cultures that couldn't wait until morning. It was around 11:30 p.m. when I finally logged my samples and started packing up. The building was practically empty, just me and the night security guard Ted, who was probably in his office near the main entrance downstairs. We usually chat when I work late, but that night I just wanted to get home. I remember being exhausted. It was Wednesday, and I'd been pulling late shifts since Monday because we were behind on a project deadline. My eyes were burning from staring at samples under the microscope all day. As I was walking down the hallway toward the elevator, I noticed something weird. There was light coming from underneath the door of Conference Room B, a medium-sized meeting room we normally use for department briefings. This struck me as odd because the cleaning staff had already gone through earlier, and nobody should have been using it that late. I figured someone had forgotten to turn off the lights, and since the building manager is always on us about energy conservation, I decided to switch them off before heading out. When I got closer to the door, that's when I heard them. Voices. Multiple people having what sounded like an intense discussion. I paused, confused. There hadn't been any meetings scheduled for that evening. I would have known since all after-hours access has to be logged for security purposes. I checked my phone to see if I'd missed an email about some emergency meeting, but there was nothing. The voices continued, muffled through the door. I couldn't make out what they were saying, but I could tell there were several people in there, maybe 10 or more based on the overlapping voices. Some sounded agitated, others calmer, like they were debating something important. I stood there for a moment, trying to decide what to do. It seemed weird to just barge in on a meeting I didn't know about, but at the same time, no one was supposed to be there. I thought about texting my supervisor, but it was late, and she wouldn't appreciate being bothered unless it was an actual emergency. Finally, I decided to just peek in. I'd apologize for interrupting, and then leave quickly. I gave a soft knock and turned the handle. The door opened silently, and what I saw inside, I still get goosebumps thinking about it. Around the long conference table sat about 15 people, but they weren't normal. They were sort of transparent, like they were made of smoke or fog, but with defined features. I could see the wall behind them through their bodies. They were all wearing professional clothing, several in what looked like lab coats, some in business attire, and at least 3 in what appeared to be military uniforms with insignia I didn't recognize. The table was covered with papers and what looked like blueprints or technical diagrams. A few of them had tablets or devices that looked kind of like iPads, but different somehow, slimmer, with a bluish glow. One woman at the far end was gesturing at what appeared to be a 3D projection hovering above the table, something I've never seen in our conference rooms because we don't have that technology. The strangest part was the light. The overhead lights weren't on. Instead, the room was illuminated by a soft, bluish glow that seemed to emanate from the table itself. It cast eerie shadows on the walls, making the whole scene look unreal. I froze in the doorway, my hand still on the knob. They didn't seem to notice me at first. They were too engrossed in their discussion, their mouths moving rapidly. But here's the weird thing. While I could hear voices, they didn't sync up with their mouth movements. It was like watching a badly dubbed movie. The sounds I heard were muffled and distant, as if coming from somewhere else entirely. I couldn't move. My brain was trying to process what I was seeing. Were they holograms? Was this some kind of new technology being tested? But that didn't make sense. I would have heard about something like that being installed. Then it hit me. I could see through them and through the table. But the really chilling part, I could see the actual conference table, our normal, everyday table, beneath their ghostly one. And through the windows behind them, I could see the parking lot and the falling snow outside. The snow was real. The parking lot was real. These people were not. My heart started racing, and I felt cold sweat breaking out on my forehead. This couldn't be happening. I must have been hallucinating from exhaustion. I blinked hard, expecting the vision to disappear, but when I opened my eyes, they were still there. One of them, a middle-aged man with glasses and a receding hairline, was pointing emphatically at something on the table. His mouth was moving rapidly, and his expression was serious. Next to him, a woman in what looked like a lab coat was shaking her head, clearly disagreeing. She had her hair tied back in a tight bun and was gesturing at one of the diagrams. I stood there watching, completely frozen, for what felt like minutes but was probably only seconds. I was terrified but also weirdly fascinated. What were they discussing? Who were they? Why could I see through them? Then something changed. One of them, a tall man standing at the end of the table in what looked like a military uniform, suddenly stopped mid-sentence. His head turned slowly, and he looked directly at me. His eyes, I'll never forget his eyes. They were pale, almost white, with just the faintest hint of blue. Not human eyes, but they locked onto mine with shocking awareness. He raised his hand and pointed directly at me. One by one, the others stopped talking and turned to look at where he was pointing. 15 pairs of ghostly eyes fixed on me. The room went completely silent. My entire body went cold. For a moment, nobody moved. We just stared at each other across what felt like an impossible divide. Then the man who had spotted me first said something to the others. I couldn't hear what it was, but I saw his lips move. A few of them looked alarmed, others curious. One woman frantically started gathering papers. I wanted to run, but my legs wouldn't work. I was gripping the doorknob so tightly my knuckles were white. My throat felt like it was closing up. The tall military man took a step toward me, his face serious but not threatening. He reached out his hand, like he was going to touch me or maybe wanted me to take something from him. His mouth moved again, saying something I couldn't hear. That's when my fight or flight instinct finally kicked in. I stumbled backward into the hallway, letting go of the door. It started to swing shut, but before it closed completely, I saw something that still haunts me. All of them, every single figure in that room, suddenly vanished. Not gradually fading away, but instantly gone, like someone had flipped a switch. The blue glow disappeared with them, leaving the room in darkness. The door clicked shut. I stood in the hallway, shaking uncontrollably. The only sound was my own ragged breathing and the distant hum of the building's heating system. After a minute or two of standing there paralyzed, I finally managed to move. My first instinct was to open the door again, to confirm what I'd seen, or hadn't seen. With a trembling hand, I turned the knob and pushed the door open a crack. The conference room was completely dark and empty. Just our regular table, chairs pushed in neatly, whiteboard clean. Nothing out of the ordinary. I closed the door again and leaned against the wall, trying to make sense of what had happened. Had I hallucinated the whole thing? Was I having some kind of breakdown from overwork and stress? But it had felt so real. and I remembered specific details. The way one woman's glasses had reflected the blue light, the insignia on the military uniforms, the strange devices on the table. If it was a hallucination, it was incredibly detailed. I decided I needed to get out of there. I practically ran to the elevator, jabbing the button repeatedly until the doors opened. On the way down, I tried to calm myself, taking deep breaths and telling myself there had to be a logical explanation. When I reached the lobby, Ted looked up from his security monitor, surprised to see me so flustered. "Everything okay, Lex?" he asked. I almost told him what I'd seen, but then stopped myself. How crazy would I sound? Instead, I just nodded and said I was tired and needed to get home. "Anyone else still in the building?" I asked, trying to sound casual. Ted shook his head. "Just you and me tonight. Everyone else cleared out by 9. That confirmed what I already knew. There shouldn't have been anyone in that conference room. I signed out on the logbook, my hand still shaking slightly as I wrote the time, 11:52 p.m. Ted noticed, but didn't say anything. I think he assumed I was just over-caffeinated. The drive home was a blur. I kept replaying what I'd seen in my mind, trying to rationalize it. Maybe it was some kind of reflection, a projection from another room. But deep down, I knew those explanations didn't make sense. When I got home, I couldn't sleep. I sat up researching hallucinations from sleep deprivation and group apparitions until nearly 4 a.m. Most of what I found was either too scientific or too paranormal to match what I'd experienced. The next morning, I went to work feeling like a zombie. The first thing I did was check conference room B. It looked completely normal in the daylight. Just our standard meeting room with its rectangular table, office chairs, and wall-mounted screen for presentations. No trace of the blue light or the strange projection technology I thought I'd seen. Throughout the day, I casually asked a few colleagues if they'd heard about any special projects or demonstrations happening in the building. Everyone said no. I even asked our IT manager if any new presentation technology had been installed recently. He looked at me like I was crazy and said the budget for that kind of upgrade wouldn't be approved until next fiscal year at the earliest. I tried to convince myself I'd imagined it all, but I couldn't shake what I'd seen. Especially the moment when they noticed me. The look in that man's eyes when he pointed me out to the others. That wasn't imagination, that was recognition, awareness. For weeks afterward, I kept finding excuses to walk by conference room B at different times of day. I never saw anything unusual again, but sometimes, when passing by late in the evening, I'd get goosebumps for no reason, like something was waiting just on the other side of reality. About a month after the incident, I was having lunch in the break room when I overheard 2 researchers from the physics department talking about quantum membranes and theoretical overlap of parallel instances. I'm not a physicist, so I didn't understand most of their conversation, but one phrase caught my attention. One of them said something about temporary windows between adjacent realities being theoretically possible under certain conditions. My blood ran cold. I wanted to ask them more, but I was too afraid of sounding crazy. Instead, I went back to my lab and tried to focus on my work. But as I was preparing slides, I remembered something else from that night that I'd forgotten in the shock of it all. Just before they noticed me, I'd caught fragments of their conversation. Most of it was unintelligible, but I distinctly remembered hearing phrases like structural integrity, pressure systems, and Mason's calculations. And someone had mentioned a date, April the 17th. I don't know what year. I've spent months trying to make sense of what happened. Was it a glimpse into another dimension? A time slip? Some kind of residual haunting? Or just an exhaustion-induced hallucination? I've never told anyone at work about this. Who would believe me? But I know what I saw. Those people in that room were discussing something important, something serious, and they weren't supposed to be seen, at least not by me. I still work at the research center. I still walk past conference room B almost every day. I haven't seen the ghostly meeting again, but sometimes, very rarely, when the building is quiet and I'm alone in that hallway, I swear I can hear the faint murmur of voices behind that door. Urgent, serious voices discussing something I'm not meant to understand. And every time I hear them, I walk a little faster, not daring to stop, because I remember the way they all looked at me when they realized I could see them, and I'm afraid of what might happen if I interrupt them again. Story 18. I'm literally still shaking as I type this. I've spent the last 8 hours alternating between crying and just staring at the wall, trying to make sense of what happened to me last night. I've never experienced anything like it, and I honestly don't know if I'll ever sleep in my bedroom again. I called in sick to work today. There's no way I could function. Hell, I can barely string these sentences together. I've lived at Parkside Apartments for almost 3 years now. It's nothing special, just your average apartment complex on the outskirts of town. Decent enough neighborhood, thin walls. I can hear my neighbor's TV most nights, but it's been home and I've never felt unsafe here. My fiancé Mark and I have the second-floor corner unit with our German short-haired pointer, Diesel. We've never had issues before, nothing weird, nothing unexplainable, until 3 nights ago. It started with insomnia. I've struggled with it for years, but it's been worse lately with work stress. That first night I woke up around 3:15 to use the bathroom. Pretty normal stuff, but when I got back to bed, I just couldn't fall back asleep. Mark was out cold beside me, breathing deeply, while I just stared at the ceiling watching the occasional headlights from the parking lot sweep across. I remember checking my phone, 3:47 a.m., when something changed in the room. It's so hard to explain, but every cell in my body suddenly went on high alert. You know that feeling when you're alone and suddenly realize someone's watching you? It was like that, but 100 times stronger. The hair on my arm stood straight up. Goosebumps covered my entire body. My heart started racing so hard I could feel it in my throat. But the worst part was the overwhelming sense of dread, like my brain was screaming danger without knowing why. That's when I saw it in the doorway. God, I still get sick thinking about it. It wasn't exactly a shadow person like you hear about. It wasn't solid. It was more like smoke or mist, but with purpose. It had this vague sheet-like shape, just hanging there, watching me. I couldn't see eyes, but I knew it was looking right at me. I tried to scream, to wake Mark, but nothing came out. I was completely paralyzed with fear. Then it moved, but not like walking. 1 second it was in the doorway, the next it was at the foot of our bed. Then instantly it was beside me on my side of the bed. It was like watching a video that kept skipping frames. The terror pushed me to finally move. I sat up, backing against the headboard. The thing positioned itself at the foot of our bed again, and then it lunged at me. It jumped onto me, or into me, I don't even know. The sensation was like being hit with static electricity all over my body at once. My skin buzzed and tingled, and there was this incredible pressure, like something was trying to press me into the mattress. I managed to grab Mark's arm and shake him hard. He woke up confused, asking what was wrong, and just like that, the thing was gone. The pressure vanished, the static feeling faded, and the room felt normal again. Mark thought I'd had a nightmare. Maybe I had. I tried to convince myself it was sleep paralysis, though I'd never experienced that before. I spent the rest of the night with the bedside lamp on, unable to close my eyes. The next day, I was a wreck. I told Mark about it, and he was sympathetic, but clearly didn't think it was anything real. I went about my day in a fog, dreading nighttime. I even posted about my experience online, hoping someone could explain it. Most people said sleep paralysis or night terrors. One person suggested a carbon monoxide check, which we did. Levels were normal. That second night, I took melatonin, hoping to sleep deeply enough not to experience anything. Mark held me as I fell asleep, but around 2:30 a.m. I jolted awake with that same horrible feeling of being watched. This time, the entity was different. It was darker, more shadow than mist, and it was in the corner of our room near the ceiling. I lay frozen, watching it, and then it moved again, that same teleporting motion. 1 second in the corner, the next at the foot of the bed, then beside me. When it jumped on me this time, the electric feeling was stronger. It lasted longer too, maybe 30 seconds of this intense buzzing sensation covering my body. I could barely breathe under the pressure. When Mark finally stirred beside me, it dissipated again. I was hysterical. I turned on all the lights and refused to turn them off. Mark was more concerned now. He could see how genuinely terrified I was. Neither of us slept the rest of the night. I sat in the living room with all the lights on while Mark dozed on the couch beside me. The next day, I researched everything I could about shadow people, sleep paralysis, and night hauntings. Nothing matched exactly what I was experiencing. That's when I decided to have Diesel sleep with us instead of in his crate. He's a 60-pound dog with sharp instincts. I thought maybe he'd sense whatever this thing was. Yesterday was the third night. I was exhausted from lack of sleep, but terrified to close my eyes. Mark suggested sleeping pills, but I was afraid they'd make me too groggy to wake up if the thing came back. We compromised. I took half a pill and Diesel curled up at the foot of our bed. I managed to fall asleep around 11, but at exactly 3:33 a.m., I checked my phone. I woke with that now familiar sensation of being watched. The room felt heavy, charged with some kind of energy I can't explain. I slowly opened my eyes, and there it was again. But this time it was different. The entity was darker than before, almost completely black, and it seemed more substantial. It wasn't by the door or in the corner. It was already circling our bed, moving in a slow, counterclockwise pattern, not teleporting this time, actually moving. Diesel was sitting up, completely alert, his eyes following the thing as it moved. He could see it too. That's when I knew for certain this wasn't a dream or hallucination. My dog was tracking this thing with his eyes, his hackles raised, a low growl building in his throat. The entity completed a full circle around our bed, then started another. It seemed to be studying us, testing something. With each pass, it got a little closer to the bed. Diesel positioned himself between me and Mark, facing the side where the entity was approaching. On the third circle, it came to my side of the bed and stopped. I could feel its attention focused entirely on me. Diesel's growl became more pronounced, but he stayed put, protecting both of us. The pressure in the room was unbearable. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. I pulled the blanket over my head like a child, as if that flimsy barrier could protect me. Through the fabric, I could still sense it there, waiting. Then I felt the mattress depress slightly, as if something had put weight on it. Diesel barked, one sharp, loud bark that made me jump, and Mark stir. Then I felt it, the entity rushing at my face through the blanket. The static feeling came again, but less intense than before, more focused on my head and chest. Diesel was going crazy now, barking and jumping on the bed. Mark sat up, confused and disoriented. "What's happening? What's wrong with the dog?" he mumbled, reaching for the light. When the light came on, the pressure vanished. The static stopped. The room felt empty of that terrible presence. But Diesel wouldn't calm down. He kept pacing the bed, sniffing at the spot where the entity had been, occasionally growling at empty air. The most telling thing was what happened next. Normally, Diesel is eager to get off the bed in the morning. He jumps down at the first sign we're awake and heads to his food bowl. But this morning, he refused to leave the bed. He stayed pressed against my side, tense and vigilant. It took both Mark and me coaxing him to finally get him to jump down around 7 a.m., and even then he seemed reluctant. Mark showered and went to work. I called in sick. I can't face leaving the apartment, but I'm also terrified to stay here. I've turned on every light. I've got music playing to fill the silence. Diesel hasn't left my side all day, not even to go to his usual spot on the couch by the window where he watches the parking lot. I don't know what to do. I don't know what this thing is or what it wants. But 3 nights in a row can't be coincidence. It's getting stronger, more bold. The way it circled us last night felt like it was planning something, testing boundaries. And why me? Why does it focus on me and not Mark? The scariest part is wondering what happens next. Will it come back tonight? What if it's stronger? What if the static feeling gets worse? What if it can do more than just press on me? I've experienced strange things before in my life, feelings of being watched, unexplained noises, even seeing shadows move from the corner of my eye. But nothing like this. This feels targeted, intentional, like something has found me and is trying to, I don't even know, claim me somehow. I've got every light on in the apartment. I've got Diesel beside me. I've got the TV blaring in the background, but it's 4:30 p.m. now, and in a few hours it'll be dark again. Mark's coming home at 6, and we've talked about staying at a hotel, but what if it follows us? What if it's attached to me now, not the apartment? I need to understand what this is. I need to know how to make it stop, because I can't live like this, jumping at every shadow, dreading nightfall, wondering if tonight is the night it finally takes me completely. Wait. Diesel just shot up from his spot beside me. He's staring at the hallway that leads to our bedroom. His ears are perked forward, and he's completely rigid. I don't see anything. I don't feel anything. But he clearly does. Oh God. The lights in the hallway just flickered. It's still daylight outside. This has never happened during the day before. Diesel is growling now, backing up against my legs. I'm typing this from my phone in the living room, and I swear the air just got colder. Something is different this time. Something is... Sit-il. Story 19. Sit down. I've never told anyone this story outside my family. Even typing it now, my hands are trembling a bit. But after seeing everyone else share their experiences, I guess it's time I finally put mine out there too. This happened when I was 5 years old. Living with my mom in Willow Creek Apartments in a small town in Massachusetts. It's been almost 30 years, but I can still remember every detail like it was yesterday. That's how deeply it scared me. When I was around 3, I started having these really intense night terrors. They weren't your typical bad dreams. I would wake up screaming for my mom at exactly 3 a.m., like clockwork. Not 2:59, not 3:01. Always exactly 3 Zhao. My mum used to tell me how weird it was that I would wake up at the same time every night. She'd come running into my room, and I'd be sitting up in bed, scared out of my mind. This went on for about 2 years. My mom took me to doctors, but they just said kids have nightmares, and I'd grow out of it. They didn't understand that these weren't regular nightmares. I couldn't explain what I was afraid of. I just knew something wasn't right. Then one night, when I was 5, everything changed. I remember lying in bed, wide awake. My little mermaid nightlight cast this soft glow across my room. I had these glow-in-the-dark stars on my ceiling that I always stared at when I couldn't sleep. I remember counting them over and over. The apartment was completely silent. Mom was asleep in her room down the hall. Our apartment was on the 2nd floor, and occasionally you'd hear the neighbors walking around. But that night, nothing, just absolute silence. And then I heard it. The doorknob to my bedroom turned, slowly. It made this faint click that seemed so loud in the quiet. Then my door opened, just a crack at first, then wider. I froze. Every instinct in my body told me to stay completely still. I could feel something entering my room. I can't explain how, but I could sense it gliding across the carpet toward my bed. It didn't make footstep sounds. It was more like a presence moving through the air. The weirdest part? I absolutely knew that I shouldn't look at it. Some voice deep inside was screaming at me, "Don't look at its face. If you see its face, it will never leave you alone." So I just stared at the wall, my body completely rigid under my Disney princess blanket. Whatever it was, it stayed in my room for what felt like hours, but was probably just minutes. I could feel it watching me, studying me. The air felt heavy and cold, like when you open a freezer door. My whole body was covered in goosebumps, but I didn't dare move. Then suddenly, slam! My bedroom door shut with such force that my little bookshelf rattled. I pulled the covers over my head and stayed like that until morning, too terrified to even cry. When morning finally came, I ran to my mum's room. I asked her why she came into my room last night. She looked confused and said she hadn't. She thought I'd had another nightmare. But I knew I hadn't been asleep. I was wide awake the whole time. After that night, weird stuff started happening all around our apartment. We had this fish tank in the living room. Nothing fancy, just a 10-gallon with a few tropical fish. My mum was great with pets. She'd had fish for years and knew how to care for them. But suddenly, they kept dying for no reason. She'd check the water parameters, do everything right, but they'd still die. Once, all 5 fish died on the same day. We found them floating at the top of the tank when we woke up. Mum couldn't figure it out. She even got the water tested at the pet store, but everything was perfect. Our electricity would flicker too. Not during storms or anything, just randomly. The TV would turn on by itself in the middle of the night. My toys would move from where I left them. Small things, but enough to make you feel like you were losing your mind. But the worst night, the night that still gives me nightmares, happened about a month after the door incident. I woke up at exactly 3 a.m. again, but this time I wasn't screaming. I was paralyzed with fear because right there, hovering over my closet, was this massive black thing. I don't even know how to describe it properly. It wasn't just dark, it was the absence of light. The blackest black I've ever seen. It had no clear shape, just this enormous mass that seemed to absorb all the light around it. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. I just stared at it. And somehow, even though it had no eyes that I could see, I knew it was staring back at me, watching, waiting. Finally, I managed to scream for my mum. She came running in, flipping on the light switch as she entered. And here's the part that still makes my skin crawl. She saw it too. I could tell by the way her face just dropped. Her eyes went wide and she froze in the doorway. The black mass didn't disappear when she turned on the lights. It stayed right there, hovering, like the lights didn't affect it at all. Mom grabbed me and pulled me out of the room, her hands shaking as she slammed the door shut. We spent the rest of the night in her bed, with all the lights on in the apartment. She tried to calm me down, telling me it was just shadows from the trees outside or headlights from passing cars. But I could tell she was terrified too. Her voice trembled as she spoke, and she kept looking toward my bedroom door. The next morning, she called in sick to work, and we spent the day looking at new apartments. Within 2 weeks, we had moved. Mom told everyone it was because we needed more space or the rent was too high, different excuses for different people. But I knew the real reason. We were running from whatever was in that apartment. Years later, when I was a teenager, I finally asked Mom about what happened that night. She got this distant look in her eyes and confirmed that yes, she had seen something in my room. But she wouldn't elaborate. She just said, "Some things are better left in the past, Emma." The conversation ended there, and she walked away, visibly uncomfortable. I've tried researching Willow Creek Apartments since then. I found out that the building was pretty old, built in the 1920s, and had been renovated several times. Nothing in its history jumped out as especially sinister, no tragic deaths or anything like that, just an ordinary apartment complex in a small town. But I know what I experienced wasn't ordinary. That black mass, that feeling of being watched, the things that moved and changed when no one was looking, it was all real. I'm 34 now with kids of my own, and I've never experienced anything like that again. But I'm still afraid of the dark. I still sleep with a nightlight, and I still wake up sometimes at exactly 3 a.m., heart pounding, feeling like something is watching me from the corner of the room. Whatever was in that apartment, whatever was watching me night after night, it wasn't human. I don't know if it was a ghost or a demon or something else entirely, but it was real, and it was focused on me for some reason. I sometimes wonder what would have happened if we hadn't moved. Would it have eventually left on its own, or would it have escalated? Would I have finally seen its face, despite that instinctual warning? The part that still bothers me the most is how it seemed to be studying me like I was some kind of experiment. Why me? Why our apartment? What did it want? I've never gone back to that town, let alone that apartment complex. I don't even like driving through Massachusetts if I can avoid it. Just the thought of being anywhere near Willow Creek Apartments makes me break out in a cold sweat. My mom passed away 3 years ago, and in her final days, when she was on a lot of medication and drifting in and out of consciousness, she mentioned it once, she just grabbed my hand suddenly and said, "It was watching you, Emma. All those nights. I could feel it even when I couldn't see it." Those were her last coherent words to me before she slipped into the coma she never came out of. Now I'll never know if she experienced more than she told me, if she knew more about what that thing was. I still get that feeling sometimes, that I'm being watched. It doesn't matter where I am or who I'm with. The feeling just washes over me out of nowhere, and suddenly I'm 5 years old again, lying in bed, too scared to move as something glides across my bedroom floor. Whatever was in that apartment, I think a part of it followed me. Not physically, but like an imprint it left on my soul. A dark shadow that I'll never fully escape. So that's my story. I don't expect anyone to believe me. Sometimes I almost don't believe it myself. But then 3 a.m. rolls around and I wake up with that familiar sense of dread. And I know it all happened exactly as I remember it. Whatever was in Willow Creek Apartments, whatever was watching me, I hope I never find out what it really was. Some mysteries are better left unsolved. Story 20. I'll never forget that night. I still get goosebumps thinking about it, and it's been 3 years since it happened. I was 14 at the time, just a normal kid in Cedar Hill trying to get through the school year. I wasn't particularly religious back then. My parents took us to church on Easter and Christmas, but that was about it. I believed in God, in that vague way kids do when they haven't really thought much about it. That night started like any other. I'd stayed up a bit too late playing video games, some first-person shooter I was obsessed with at the time. Mom had already yelled at me twice to go to bed, so I finally shut everything down around 11:30 and crawled under my covers. My bedroom wasn't anything special, just a twin bed pushed against the wall, a desk cluttered with school stuff, and a closet with one of those hanging shoe racks on the inside of the door. The house was pretty old, and sometimes the floors would creak at night as the temperature changed. I was used to those normal house sounds. I remember lying there for maybe 20 minutes just thinking about random stuff. School, this girl I had a crush on, whether I'd finish my science project on time. You know, normal teenage thoughts. I wasn't even close to falling asleep yet. My eyes were open, and I was staring at the ceiling where my glow-in-the-dark stars had mostly faded after being up there since I was 8. That's when it started. At first, it was just a feeling, like when you feel someone watching you, but 100 times worse. The air in my room suddenly felt heavy, like it was pressing down on me. The temperature seemed to drop, and I got this overwhelming sense that something was wrong. Really wrong. I tried to sit up, but I couldn't move. Not even a finger. It was like my body had completely disconnected from my brain. I could think clearly, could see everything around me, but I was frozen in place. My heart started racing so fast I thought it might explode. This wasn't like falling asleep or dreaming. I was completely aware of everything. I could hear the tick of my alarm clock, see the shadows on my wall, feel the blanket against my skin. But I couldn't move a muscle. And then the feeling got worse, much worse. It wasn't just a vague sense of something wrong anymore. It was a presence. Something was in my room with me. Something that radiated pure malice. I couldn't see it, but I could feel it moving closer to my bed, like it was studying me. The pressure on my chest increased until I felt like I was being crushed. I tried to scream, but my voice wouldn't work. I tried to call for my parents, but nothing came out. The panic was unbearable. I've never been so terrified in my life. And then, out of nowhere, I had this overwhelming urge to say a specific name. It wasn't a conscious thought, more like an instinct, a desperate need, like my life depended on it. The name wasn't one I usually said. We weren't a religious family, and I wasn't in the habit of praying. But in that moment, with this thing hovering over me, I somehow managed to push out a single whispered word: Jesus. The second I said it, everything got worse. The pressure increased so much I couldn't breathe at all. My throat felt like it was being squeezed shut. Whatever was there seemed angry, furious that I'd spoken that name. For what felt like forever, but was probably about a minute, I lay there unable to move, speak, or breathe, convinced I was about to die in my own bedroom while my parents slept just down the hall. That's when I heard it. There was a loud thump against my closet door, right where my shoe rack hung. It wasn't like the normal settling sounds the house made. This was deliberate, like something solid had crashed into it. Then immediately after, a second thump on the floor, like something had fallen. And just like that, the pressure lifted. I could breathe again. The suffocating weight on my chest disappeared, and the horrible feeling of a malevolent presence faded away. I still couldn't move for another minute or so, but that crushing terror had subsided. When I finally regained control of my body, I didn't dare get up or turn on a light. I just rolled over to face the wall and pulled my blanket up to my chin, shaking uncontrollably. I stayed completely still until morning, afraid that any movement would bring back whatever had been there. I didn't sleep a wink, just laid there, wide-eyed, listening for any other sounds and trying not to cry. Every time I closed my eyes, I felt like it might come back, so I just stared at my wall until sunlight started to filter through my blinds. As soon as my digital clock showed 6:17 a.m., I jumped out of bed. I needed to know what had made those sounds. Part of me hoped I'd find a rational explanation. Maybe a shelf had broken or my backpack had fallen over. I checked my closet first. Nothing seemed out of place at first glance. My shoe rack was still hanging on the door, though one of my sneakers was on the floor. But the way it was positioned didn't make sense if it had just fallen naturally. It was several feet away from the closet, not directly underneath the rack. Next, I went through every inch of my room, under the bed, behind the desk, in the corners, anywhere someone could have been hiding. Nothing. I even checked the window to see if maybe someone had broken in, but it was still locked from the inside. Then I started going through the possibilities in my head. Maybe someone had been hiding in my room and stumbled while trying to get out. But our house alarm had been set all night, and there was no way someone could have gotten past my parents' bedroom to reach the front door. Maybe I had dreamed the whole thing. But I know the difference between a nightmare and being awake. I had been fully conscious, staring at my ceiling when it started. Maybe my shoe had just fallen off the rack, causing the noise, but that didn't explain the sequence of sounds or why it would have landed so far from the closet. After going through every possible explanation, I couldn't come up with anything that made sense, except one thing. What if it was exactly what it felt like? Something evil, a demon, spirit, whatever you want to call it, had come into my room. It had paralyzed me and was about to attack me, or worse. But when I said that name, Jesus, something else intervened. The more I thought about it, the more the pieces fit together. Whatever evil thing was there had to flee when I called on Jesus. In its haste to escape, it had bumped into my closet door, knocking my shoe down, and then fallen to the floor before disappearing. And maybe something else, something good, had stayed to watch over me for the rest of the night. I know how this sounds. Trust me, I do. Before that night, I would have laughed at anyone telling me a story like this. I would have thought they were making it up or had just had a bad dream. And maybe that's what you're thinking right now. but I know what I experienced. I know the difference between being asleep and awake. I felt that evil presence as clearly as I felt anything in my life. The memory of it is burned into me. For weeks afterward, I slept with my light on. I started going to youth group at the local church, trying to make sense of what had happened. I read books about spiritual warfare and protection prayers. I even convinced my parents to let me get baptized, though I never told them the real reason why. To this day, I still whisper that name every night before I go to sleep, just in case. And I've never experienced anything like that again. I don't know why it came for me that night. I wasn't doing anything to invite something like that into my life. I was just a normal kid, but I do know that something saved me when I called out. Sometimes I still wake up in the middle of the night with that feeling of being watched. It never lasts more than a few seconds and nothing ever happens, but it's enough to make me remember. I've tried to rationalize it 1,000,000 times since then. Sleep paralysis is the obvious explanation. I've read all about it. The feeling of a presence, the inability to move, the sense of doom and dread. But sleep paralysis doesn't explain the physical sounds. It doesn't explain my shoe being across the room in the morning. It doesn't explain the sequence of events that happened after I spoke that name. I don't tell many people about this. Most would think I'm making it up or trying to convert them or something. But I know what I experienced was real. Something came for me that night in Cedar Hill. Something that meant harm. And something else stopped it. I still live in the same house, in the same bedroom. My parents don't know anything happened. I never told them. They'd either worry too much or think I was being dramatic. But every night when I turn off my light, I remember. I've looked up similar experiences online. There are thousands of accounts from people who've had encounters like mine. Some call it sleep paralysis. Others call it a demonic attack. All I know is that it was the most terrifying night of my life, and it changed how I see the world. Sometimes I wonder if it will ever come back, if it's just waiting for me to let my guard down, to forget to say that name before I close my eyes. I hope not, but if it does, at least now I know what to do.